Have you ever wondered what it would feel like to step into a quiet evening where the world seems to exhale and nothing is expected of you, where the only sound is the slow murmur of a river winding its way past an old town and the fading sunlight paints everything in gold? There's a place like that, a small town most people have never heard of, where the days pass unhurriedly and the air in the evenings holds a warmth that lingers long after the sun has gone. It's the kind of place where you notice the creak of a porch swing, the scent of bread cooling on a kitchen windowsill, and the way the light bends through the leaves before it slips away entirely. Tonight, we'll walk there together, past weathered fences and sleepy storefronts, down to the bend in the river where time slows to match the pace of your breath. And as we follow the gentle path of water and memory, you might just find a piece of yourself resting quietly here. So settle in, let the hum of the evening guide you, and we'll begin our story. The day had been long in the way summer days often are, full of sunlight, but also full of the small tasks and quiet demands that seem to pull a person in many directions. By the time evening began to settle in, the air over the little town had softened and the sharp edges of the day were already beginning to blur. From his front porch, Thomas could see the last of the sunlight stretching itself thin across the fields as though reluctant to leave. It spilled in gentle ribbons over the tops of the corn stalks and lay in warm pools on the gravel lane that curved down toward the river. Somewhere to his left, a screen door opened and closed with a familiar clap, and a woman's voice called to her children, telling them it was time to come in for supper. The sound floated on the air in an easy way, like a leaf drifting on the surface of the river itself. Thomas had lived here long enough to know the rhythms of this place. He knew that in a few minutes the church bell would ring 7 slow notes, each one lingering in the air before fading. He knew that the miller boy would ride his bicycle past, the wheels kicking up a faint dust that would hang in the sunlight for a while before it fell back to the earth. And he knew that down near the bend of the river, where the cottonwoods leaned in close to whisper to each other, the light would be perfect, neither too bright nor too dim, but balanced in that fleeting moment between day and night. He stepped down from the porch slowly, his boots finding the familiar creak in the second step. The boards were old pine, worn smooth from years of use, and they held the faint scent of the linseed oil he'd rubbed into them back in spring. The air carried the layered smells of summer, fresh cut grass from a yard nearby, the earthy dampness of the riverbank, and the faintest trace of bread cooling somewhere close. The gravel lane crunched under his feet in a steady rhythm, each step a small act of leaving behind the noise of the day. It was a path he had walked hundreds of times, but never in exactly the same way. Every evening brought its own subtle variations, the way the wind moved through the trees, the way the sky shifted from pale gold to deepening blue, the way the river's voice changed with the season's currents. As he passed Mrs. Carter's garden, he slowed his pace. The marigolds had grown tall, their deep orange blossoms glowing in the slanted light. Tomatoes hung heavy on the vine, their skins taut and shiny, and the scent of basil drifted up as if to follow him down the lane. Mrs. Carter was kneeling in the soil, her wide-brimmed hat casting a gentle shadow over her face. She didn't look up, but she lifted a hand in a slow wave, the kind shared between neighbors who understand that words aren't always needed. Beyond her house, the lane opened to a stretch of meadow that sloped gently toward the river. Here, the air felt different, cooler, touched by the breath of water moving. Nearby, The sound of the river began to rise into his awareness, a constant murmur deep and low, with occasional brighter notes where the current slipped over stones. Insects hummed in the grass, their song blending seamlessly with the river's voice until it was hard to tell where one ended and the other began. Thomas paused at the top of the slope, letting his eyes rest on the way the light touched the surface of the water. It wasn't just the color, it was the way it moved, slow and unhurried, reflecting pieces of sky and shadow, catching the pinks and golds of the fading sun and carrying them downstream. In the shallows near the bank, he could see minnows flashing in small, quick bursts, their movements as delicate as breath. He took the path that curved gently down to the river's edge, brushing his hand along the tops of the tall grass as he walked. The grass bent easily under his touch, springing back with the resilience of things that belong entirely to the earth. A dragonfly lifted from one of the stalks, its wings catching the last of the light before it darted away toward the reeds. At the bottom of the slope, the ground was soft with the memory of last night's rain. His boots sank slightly into the dark soil, and the scent of wet earth rose up, rich and grounding. The cottonwoods stood in a loose row here, their trunks silver gray and textured with age. Some of them leaned toward the river, their branches dipping low enough that a person could imagine they were speaking quietly to the water. Thomas found his usual spot, a flat stone just large enough to sit on comfortably. It jutted out slightly over the water, the surface worn smooth by years of wind and rain. He lowered himself onto it with the slow ease of habit, feeling the day's weight settle into the steady rhythm of the river. From here, the town was mostly hidden. Only the faint shapes of rooftops showed through the trees, and the sound of human life was distant, softened by the gentle insistence of the water's voice. He liked it this way. It felt as though the river had set aside this place for quiet things, thoughts that needed room, memories that arrived without being called, the kind of stillness that worked its way into a person's bones. A pair of swallows looped overhead, skimming low over the water before rising again into the open air. Somewhere across the river a frog croaked, the sound deep and unhurried. The evening light lay over everything like a soft blanket, tucking the day in for its night of rest. Thomas closed his eyes for a moment, letting the sounds and scents settle around him. There was nothing here that demanded his attention, and yet everything felt worth noticing. The way the breeze shifted slightly as it moved past him, the faint rustle of leaves, the coolness of the stone under his hands. This was the kind of evening that didn't ask for anything more than to be lived, one slow breath at a time. The river moved as it always had, in a language older than anyone in the town could remember. Its voice was low and steady, the kind of sound that didn't just pass through the air, but seemed to settle into a person's bones, softening whatever tension the day had left behind. Thomas sat on his flat stone and watched the current drift past, carrying with it leaves from the cottonwoods, bits of grass loosened from the bank, and now and then the faint glint of a fish's back as it broke the surface before disappearing again. He had come here so often that he could almost measure the seasons by the river's behavior. In spring, it hurried, swollen by the melt from far-off hills, pushing small branches and whole logs along in its eagerness to be somewhere else. In summer, like now, it slowed, as if the warmth had seeped into it too, making it drowsy and content to linger around the bends. Autumn brought a new clarity to the water, the surface reflecting the maples and oaks as they shed their leaves one by one. and in winter, the edges froze in delicate patterns that looked like lace, the center still flowing dark and sheer under the crust of ice. This evening, though, it was summer's river that lay before him, broad and calm under the dimming sky. A heron stood motionless in the shallows downstream, its long legs half hidden in the dark water. Every so often it would tilt its head, listening for some sound Thomas couldn't hear, and then resume its perfect stillness. The patience of such a creature always amazed him. It was the kind of patience that didn't seem to belong to human life anymore, where even in this quiet town, the hours had a way of slipping by unnoticed. The air was thick with the smell of summer, grass baked warm all day now cooling under the evening, the faint sweetness of clover and the sharp green edge of willow leaves. From somewhere behind him came the steady whir of crickets in the tall grass, their rhythm joining the layered song of the place. River, wind, insects, the occasional soft splash of a fish, it all worked together like an old hymn, one that didn't need a beginning or an end, only the gentle turning of verse after verse. Thomas leaned back on his hands, the stone cool under his palms. From here he could see the sky beginning its slow shift, the pale blue deepening to a quiet indigo. A few stars had already appeared, faint, hesitant, like children peeking around a doorway before stepping into a room. He thought of how many times he had watched this same scene, and how it never seemed to lose its quiet pull. The Riverbend had a way of making the years feel less like a straight road and more like the water itself, curving, winding, returning to familiar places before moving on again. He remembered evenings from long ago when he was a boy, and his father would bring him down to this same spot. They would sit together without much talking, his father sometimes pointing out a bird in the reeds or the track of a raccoon in the mud. At that age, Thomas hadn't understood the value of silence. He had fidgeted, tossed stones into the current, asked questions that had no real urgency. Now, sitting here as a man, he understood what his father had been giving him, an inheritance of stillness, the kind that can hold a person steady through the tumbling days of life. Somewhere upriver, a splash echoed, a sound too large to be a fish. It might have been a deer coming down to drink, or perhaps just a branch giving way and falling into the water. The sound faded quickly, leaving the evening to its own soft breathing. Thomas closed his eyes, letting the darkness behind his lids match the dimming light around him. He could feel the faint stir of air against his face, the way the warmth of the day was slowly being carried off by night. He stayed like that for a long while, not measuring the minutes. Time here didn't ask to be counted, it asked to be lived in, like a well-worn room whose comforts you know by touch and scent alone. When he opened his eyes again, the heron was gone, slipped away without a sound. The river looked unchanged, but the absence of the bird made it feel just slightly different, as if it had carried away a piece of the evening story. From the far bank came the faint smell of wood smoke. It drifted across the water, curling into the other scents of summer and adding a note that was both grounding and nostalgic. Someone must have lit a small fire, perhaps to keep the mosquitoes away, or maybe just to sit beside as the night settled in. The thought made Thomas smile, remembering autumn evenings when neighbors gathered around a fire, trading stories as the flames drew them into a shared circle of light. The sky was darker now, the stars brighter. The first fireflies had begun to flicker along the edge of the meadow, their small lanterns pulsing on and off as they rose from the grass. He watched them drift upward, vanish for a moment, then reappear as though the night itself was breathing them in and letting them out again. The river caught their light now and then, scattering it in brief flashes across the surface before it disappeared into the deeper water. Somewhere behind him, the church bell rang out, a single low note that hung in the air before fading into the distance. It was the sound that always told him the day had fully turned to evening. The work and noise and hurry of the daylight hours had been laid down, replaced by the long, slow unfolding of night. Thomas took a deep breath and let it out slowly, the way one might when stepping into a warm room from the cold. He felt the quiet not just around him but within him, as if the river and the land and the air had found their way inside. Here, in this place, the edges of life felt softer, and even the memories that might have once carried sorrow seemed to rest easy. He knew he would sit a while longer before heading back up the lane. There was no rush, not in this evening, not at the Riverbend. The night would come in its own time, and he would walk home under its cover, carrying the calm of this place with him like a small, steady light. Thomas lingered by the river longer than he had intended, though he had never once regretted giving more time to this place. The way the night settled over the bend was never rushed. It came like the slow turning of a page, each small change unfolding quietly until, almost without noticing, you were in a different chapter of the evening. The last streaks of sunset had faded from the sky, leaving a deep blue that seemed to hold its own kind of light. Somewhere far off, a dog barked once, then again, and then stopped. The sound reminded Thomas of summer nights from his boyhood, when the world beyond the edge of town felt vast and unknown, but not frightening. Back then, he and his friends would chase fireflies until their jars glowed like little lanterns, their laughter carrying over the grass until someone's mother called them home. The fireflies were out tonight too, but Thomas let them be. He had reached an age where it seemed more fitting to watch than to catch. They rose and drifted over the meadow, their lights flickering in soft, unplanned patterns like a conversation. No one could quite follow, but everyone understood. A few came close enough that he could see the brief gleam of their wings before they vanished back into the darkness. The river itself had changed with the deepening night. It no longer reflected the colors of the sky, but instead held the silver of the moon, which had risen without his noticing. The current moved more quietly now, as if it, too, was settling into rest. Every so often a fish would break the surface, leaving a perfect circle of ripples that widened and disappeared into the greater stillness. Thomas let his thoughts drift the way the river did, moving slowly, unhurried by any demand. They touched on memories like stones along the bottom, solid, unchanging, softened by time. He remembered the nights when his father had walked this same path home from the river with him, their boots scuffing the same gravel. He remembered the smell of his mother's kitchen, bread baking, soup simmering, waiting for them on the table when they came in from the cool air. Those memories lived here still, not locked away in the past, but folded into the land itself, ready to return whenever he paused long enough to notice. A soft wind stirred, rustling the cottonwood leaves so they whispered to each other in the darkness. The sound was unlike the breeze that moved through other trees. Cottonwood leaves had a way of trembling, catching the light even in the smallest motion. Tonight they caught the moonlight and sent it dancing over the water in quick, silver flashes. Thomas watched for a while, the pattern shifting faster than he could follow, and then let his gaze rest back on the river's steady surface. He thought of how many evenings he had come here alone and how many he had shared with others. There were nights when neighbors had joined him, carrying folding chairs and thermoses of coffee, their voices weaving into the sound of the river. There had been a time, too, when he had brought someone he loved, sitting side by side on the flat stone, speaking only in quiet fragments, letting the rest be said in the shared silence. Life had moved on, as it always did, but the river had held each of those evenings without changing, as if it understood the importance of keeping them safe. The air was cooler now, and the scents had shifted with the night. The sweetness of clover was still there, but it was fainter, mixed with the damp, grounding smell of earth. Somewhere nearby, a cluster of wild mint released its fragrance into the air, sharp and clean, cutting through the heaviness of summer. Thomas breathed it in slowly, letting it fill him with the same clear feeling it had when he was a boy, running through the fields and brushing against the plants with his bare legs. From across the water, the faint creak of an oar reached his ears. It was too dark to see the boat, but he could picture it, a small wooden skiff, probably one of the Harris boys out checking their lines. The sound faded quickly as the boat rounded the bend, leaving only the chorus of night insects and the soft lap of water against the stones. Thomas knew it was time to start the slow walk home. He stood, brushing his palms against his trousers, and took one last look at the river. The moonlight stretched across it like a ribbon, broken only by the shadow of a leaning willow. It was a sight he had seen countless times, yet each time felt like a gift. The path up from the river was gentle but long, and he took it at an unhurried pace. The grass brushed his legs, damp with dew that had begun to settle. A cricket leapt out of his way, landing a few steps ahead before disappearing back into the dark. The night sounds grew warmer as he climbed, closer to the houses now. He could hear the muffled hum of voices, the clink of dishes being dried and put away. At the top of the slope, he paused to look back. The river lay hidden now, but its presence was still there, a quiet thread running through the land, tying the town together in ways not always seen. He turned toward the lane, where the gravel glinted faintly in the moonlight, and began the walk home. Each step seemed to carry with it the calm he had gathered at the river. By the time the outline of his porch came into view, the weight of the day had eased from his shoulders. The house waited in the same way it always did, with a kind of patience that made it feel alive. He climbed the steps slowly, the familiar creak greeting him like an old friend, and stood for a moment in the stillness before opening the door. Inside, the air was cooler, touched by the open windows that had been letting the evening in. The quiet of the house was a different kind of quiet than the river's. It was the quiet of a place kept, a place that knew who it belonged to. Thomas moved through the rooms without switching on any lights, letting the moonlight spill through the curtains, painting pale shapes on the wooden floor. He set a kettle on the stove, not for the sake of tea, but because he liked the sound of it warming, the faint hiss that joined the night's softer music. When the kettle began to hum, he poured the water into a mug and sat at the small kitchen table. Outside, the crickets sang steadily, and the smell of the mint he had brushed against on his walk still clung faintly to his hands. He took a slow sip, feeling the warmth move through him, and knew that when he went to bed, sleep would come easily. The river had given him that, a gentle weight in the heart, a reminder that the world still held quiet places if you knew where to look. The morning after an evening by the river always came slowly for Thomas, not because the sun hesitated. Summer mornings in this part of the country were early and sure, but because his body seemed to want to hold on to the quiet it had gathered. Even as the light pressed against the curtains, he lingered in the half-dream of waking, listening to the house breathe in its own soft way. He could hear the old clock in the hallway marking the minutes with a gentle tick, each one spaced far enough apart to feel unhurried. From outside, the muffled coo of a mourning dove carried in on the cool air. The sound was so familiar it might as well have been part of the walls, something that belonged to the house as much as the wood it was made from. Thomas rose and dressed without hurry. The wooden floorboards were cool beneath his bare feet, the grain of the wood smooth from decades of footsteps, his own and those who had come before. When he stepped onto the porch, the air was fresh with the scent of dew and the faint sweetness of clover still holding on from the night. The town was just waking, a door closing somewhere down the lane, a screen door creaking open, the far-off whir of a lawnmower starting its work. He didn't have a plan for the day, but there was comfort in that. Some days were meant for lists and tasks, and some were meant simply to be lived, one quiet moment at a time. He took the steps down from the porch slowly, the same way he always did, letting his eyes travel over the familiar shapes of the street, the leaning fence at the Miller place, the mailbox at the corner that had been repainted so many times you could see the layers if you looked closely. Instead of heading toward the river as he often did in the evenings, Thomas turned toward the center of town. The gravel gave way to the worn pavement near the post office, where the sidewalks were uneven and the cracks held small tufts of grass. He passed the bakery, its door propped open to let the morning air in. From inside came the warm smell of bread just out of the oven, soft, yeasty, and touched with the faint bitterness of coffee brewing in the back. Mrs. Green, who had run the bakery for as long as Thomas could remember, was arranging loaves in the front window. She looked up, saw him, and offered a slow wave. "Morning, Thomas," she said, her voice carrying the easy friendliness of someone who has greeted the same people, in the same place, for years. He nodded back and stepped inside, the little bell above the door chiming softly. The bakery was warm, the air thick with the scent of sugar and spice. A few people sat at the small round tables, their voices low, as if unwilling to disturb the quiet of the early hour. Thomas ordered a loaf of bread and a cup of coffee, taking a seat by the window. From there, he could see the town beginning its day, the hardware store's blinds being pulled up, a boy carrying a fishing pole down the street, the glint of sunlight on the river far beyond. He ate slowly, tearing pieces of the bread with his hands, the crust crisp under his fingers, the inside still warm enough to send out a little steam. It reminded him of the bread his mother used to make, baked in a wood stove that left the kitchen warm even in the coldest months. He could see her in his mind, standing at the counter, her hands dusted with flour, the smell of yeast rising from the dough she kneaded. Those mornings had been simple, but they had held a fullness that seemed harder to find now. After he finished, Thomas wrapped the rest of the loaf in paper and stepped back outside. The sunlight was higher now, touching the tops of the buildings and making the windows glow. He turned down a side street where the trees arched over the road and the air was cooler. The shade was dappled, shifting as the leaves moved in the breeze, and the sound of the wind in the branches was like a low conversation, the kind you could listen to without needing to reply. At the far end of the street, he came to the old schoolhouse. It hadn't been used in years, but the building still stood, its red bricks faded, the steps worn smooth by generations of feet. The tall windows were dusty but intact, and the bell tower still rose above the roofline. He paused there for a while, remembering his own school days, the scrape of chalk on the blackboard, the smell of pencils freshly sharpened, the way the light used to fall across the wooden desks in the afternoons. From where he stood, Thomas could see the road that led back toward the river. It curved gently past the last few houses, then opened to the wide meadow that sloped down to the water. He thought about going there now, but decided to wait until evening. The river was patient. It would be there when the day had softened again. On the walk home, he passed the fruit stand that had been set up near the edge of town. Baskets of peaches, their skins flush with ripeness, sat beside jars of honey and bundles of herbs. The woman tending the stand smiled as he approached, offering him a slice of peach on the end of a small wooden skewer. The fruit was cool and sweet, the juice running down his fingers, and for a moment it felt like tasting the very heart of summer. By the time Thomas reached his porch again, the sun was well into the sky, and the warmth of the day was settling in. He set the bread on the kitchen counter, poured himself a glass of water, and sat at the table, letting the stillness of the house wrap around him. The open windows brought in the distant hum of the town, but here inside it was calm, unhurried. He thought about how days like this often went unnoticed, tucked between busier ones, but they were the days that seemed to hold the truest shape of life. The slow unfolding of morning into afternoon, the simple exchanges between neighbors, the steady presence of familiar places. It was in these hours, unmarked by any rush, that the town seemed most itself, and he most at home within it. The rest of the day stretched out before him like the river itself. No straight lines, only gentle turns, each one leading naturally to the next. And when evening came, he knew it would carry him back to the bend, where the water moved in its old, unchanging way, and the quiet would be waiting. By late afternoon, the summer heat had begun to ease its grip. The sunlight no longer pressed so heavily against the windows, and the air carried a gentler warmth, softened by the slow approach of evening. Thomas had spent most of the day in a kind of unhurried rhythm, moving from small task to small task, letting the hours arrange themselves. He had mended a loose hinge on the back door, swept the porch steps clear of the leaves that had gathered, and taken a short nap in the chair by the window, where the breeze from outside had been enough to lull him toward sleep. When he opened his eyes from that rest, the quality of the light told him the day was already leaning toward its close. It was the time when shadows began to stretch long across the ground, and colors deepened in the way they do only in the last hours before sunset. Without needing to think much about it, Thomas knew he would go to the river. He always felt the pull more strongly at this hour, as if the water itself was calling him back to its edge. He filled a small canvas bag with what he might want later, a folded blanket, a book whose pages had grown soft from years of reading, and the loaf of bread he had bought that morning, now sliced and wrapped. Before leaving, he poured some cool water into a bottle and added a sprig of mint from the patch by his back steps. It was a simple preparations, but it carried with it the quiet anticipation of an evening well spent. The walk to the river was one he could have taken blindfolded, his feet knowing the turns and rises of the path without the need for sight. He passed Mrs. Carter's garden again, now in the golden light that made the marigolds burn with a richer glow. She was still outside, tying up a row of beans, her hat tilted low against the sun. She looked up when he passed, offering him a smile that needed no words. Farther along, the road opened to the meadow. Here, the grass moved in long waves, stirred by the breeze that always seemed to flow from the water. The scent of it, sun-warmed and clean, mixed with the faint sweetness of wildflowers that grew in clusters near the path. The sound of the river came to him then, faint at first and then clearer with each step, until it was a steady presence beneath all the other sounds of the evening. When he reached the bend, the light on the water was exactly as he had imagined. A soft gold spread across the surface, catching in the slow ripples and breaking into pieces that drifted downstream. He laid his blanket on the grass near the flat stone and lowered himself onto it, resting his back against the trunk of a cottonwood whose roots ran deep into the bank. From here, the town was invisible, hidden by the curve of the land and the tall growth along the shore. It was easy to believe, in these moments, that this was the only place in the world. Not long after he had settled, he heard footsteps approaching. They were light and unhurried, and when he turned his head, he saw it was Jacob Miller, the son of his old friend. Jacob was in his early 20s, lanky and sun-browned from working outdoors, with a way of carrying himself that reminded Thomas of his father. The boy lifted a hand in greeting as he came closer. "Evening, Mr. Thomas," he said, his voice low so as not to disturb the quiet too much. "Evening, Jacob," Thomas replied. "Come to fish?" Jacob nodded, holding up the small tackle box in his hand. "I thought I'd try my luck before dark." He glanced toward the water where the slow current curled around the bend. "Figured it'd be peaceful here tonight." Thomas smiled. "It usually is." He shifted on the blanket to give Jacob space on the flat stone. The young man settled there, his movements easy, and began to set his line. They spoke little after that, their words scattered and quiet, about the way the weather had been holding, about how the apple trees near the Miller place were heavy with fruit this year. Between the bits of talk, they let the silence return, filled with the sound of the river and the evening insects. After a time, Jacob leaned back on his hands, looking out over the water. "You know," he said, "my dad used to bring me here when I was little. Said it was a good place to think." Thomas nodded, remembering those evenings, how Jacob's father, Mark, had often joined him at the bend, the two of them sitting side by side without much need for conversation. "It still is," Thomas said. "Some places don't lose that." The sun dipped lower, touching the tops of the trees on the far bank with a last edge of light. Jacob's line tugged once, then twice, and he pulled in a small perch, its scales flashing before he released it back into the current. They both watched the fish vanish into the deeper water, leaving behind a widening circle of ripples. As the sky shifted toward dusk, Thomas reached into his bag and brought out the bread. He broke off a piece for Jacob, and they ate in companionable quiet, the bread soft and still faintly warm in the center. The mint in Thomas's water had grown stronger, and he poured some into the cap to offer Jacob a sip. The young man accepted it with a grateful nod. The evening settled fully around them then, the light now a cool blue, the first stars beginning to appear overhead. Somewhere downstream, a frog croaked, answered by another farther away. Jacob packed up his line, and together they sat for a few more minutes, watching the river move under the new night. When it was time to go, Jacob stood and slung the tackle box over his shoulder. "See you around, Mr. Thomas," he said. "You will," Thomas replied, and he meant it, not just as a farewell, but as an assurance. The bend would always be here, and so would the quiet that came with it. After Jacob's footsteps faded up the path, Thomas stayed a little longer, the night air cool against his skin, the stars sharpening in the sky. He thought about how the river had a way of gathering people, not in a noisy crowd, but in these small, shared moments that lived longer than the evenings themselves. And as he finally rose to leave, he knew that tomorrow, or the day after, someone else would come to this place, drawn by the same quiet pull, and find what they needed in its steady, unchanging flow. The path from the river to town was familiar enough that Thomas could walk it without thinking, but that night he took it slower than usual. The moon was high, casting its silver light across the meadow in a way that made each blade of grass stand out, sharp and distinct, as though the night had polished the world. His boots pressed softly into the earth, leaving shallow marks that would be gone by morning. The air was cool now, carrying with it the mingled scents of the river, wild mint, and the faint smoke of someone's chimney in the distance. He passed the cottonwoods at the edge of the meadow, their tall shapes shifting gently in the wind. The leaves whispered to one another, a low and constant murmur like voices speaking in a language too old to understand. Every so often, a branch swayed far enough for the moonlight to slip through, falling in pale patches across the path. He stepped into those patches as if they were stepping stones, letting each one guide him forward. As he neared the first houses, the quiet began to change. It wasn't disturbed exactly, but filled with the small signs of a town settling into night. A door closing softly somewhere down the lane, the muffled hum of a radio playing an old song, laughter from a porch, low and easy, fading as the speakers moved back inside. It was a different kind of quiet from the rivers, the quiet of people winding down, putting away the day in their own ways. Thomas turned onto Main Street, which at this hour was mostly empty. The windows of the shops reflected the moonlight, and the old lampposts cast warm circles of light onto the sidewalk. The bakery was dark now, the scent of bread replaced by the cooler air that drifted in from the open end of the street. The hardware store's sign swayed gently in the breeze, its hinges creaking in a way that was almost like the sigh of an old friend. Halfway down the street, Thomas saw a figure sitting on the bench in front of the post office. As he drew closer, he recognized her, Martha Ellis, who had lived in town nearly as long as he had. She was wrapped in a light shawl, her hands folded in her lap, her gaze turned toward the sky. "Evening, Martha," Thomas said as he approached. She turned her head and smiled in the slow, genuine way of someone who isn't surprised but still glad to see you. "Evening, Thomas. You've been to the river." "I have," he said, taking a seat at the far end of the bench. "It was a good night for it, the kind where the water seems in no hurry at all." She nodded, as though she could picture it without needing to be there. "I used to go down that way more often," she said. "Haven't in a while, though. I suppose the path feels longer when you're walking it alone." Thomas thought about that for a moment before replying. "Maybe," he said, "but I've found that the river has a way of keeping you company if you let it." They sat quietly for a while after that, listening to the faint sounds of the town, the distant rumble of a truck on the highway, the soft clicking of a bicycle wheel as someone rode past. The air between them was easy, carrying no need for constant words. It was the kind of silence that came only between people who had shared many years in the same place. Martha shifted slightly, her shawl slipping from one shoulder. She pulled it back up and said, "I was just thinking about how the stars look different from here than they do out by the river." Thomas glanced upward. "They do, The lights from town change the way you see them, but out there, the darkness lets them speak louder. She smiled at that. Maybe I'll go down one evening soon then. Let them speak to me a little. When they parted, it was with no ceremony, just a quiet good night and a nod before Thomas rose and continued down the street. The glow from the street lamps followed him in soft pools until he reached his own gate. The latch gave its familiar click as he opened it, and he walked up the path to the porch. Inside, the house greeted him with its cool, shadowed calm. He left the front door open for a while, letting in the night air, and set his canvas bag on the table. The blanket smelled faintly of the grass it had rested on, and when he shook it out before folding it, a small blade or two fell to the floor. He filled the kettle and set it on the stove, the small blue flame catching with a soft sound. While it heated, he stood by the open window, looking out at the dark yard. The crickets were in full chorus now, joined by the occasional soft hoot of an owl from somewhere near the trees. The sound wove itself into the quiet, making it richer, more alive. When the kettle began to hum, he poured the water over a bit of dried chamomile in his cup. The steam rose, carrying its gentle scent, and he let it curl around his face before taking a slow sip. The warmth of it moved through him in a steady way, easing the last of the day's edges. Before bed, Thomas stepped out onto the porch one last time. The street was empty now, the lamplight steady and unblinking. Above, the stars were faint but present, scattered like small promises against the dark. He stood there until the cup in his hand was empty, then went inside and turned out the lights. In the quiet of his room, he lay down and listened to the faint rustle of leaves outside, the kind of sound that could carry a person into sleep without them noticing when it happened. And as his breathing slowed, the last thing in his mind was the steady voice of the river, waiting for him at the bend, patient as ever. Morning returned to the town in the same unhurried way it always did, light spilling gently across rooftops, the air carrying the first sounds of waking. Thomas opened his eyes to find the room washed in that pale, forgiving light, the kind that seems to soften the edges of everything it touches. He lay still for a moment, letting his senses collect the details. The faint ticking of the old clock in the hallway, the low hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, the breeze moving through the half-open window, carrying the scent of cut grass from somewhere nearby. When he finally rose, the wooden floor was cool beneath his feet. The boards creaked in familiar places as he moved through the house, the sound less a disturbance and more a kind of acknowledgement between a man and the place he's lived in for decades. In the kitchen, he set the kettle on and sliced a piece of the bread from yesterday's trip to the bakery. The knife moved easily through the crust, the soft center yielding with a quiet sigh. While the water heated, he stepped onto the porch, mug in hand, and let the morning air meet him. The street was quiet at this hour. A single truck rolled past, its tires whispering against the pavement, and then it was gone. Somewhere down the block, a screen door banged shut, followed by the muffled voices of two people talking as they began their day. The world felt unhurried, as though the whole town agreed to keep its pace gentle for just a little while longer. As Thomas sipped his tea, his gaze drifted toward the line of trees in the distance, where he knew the river was making its slow way around the bend. The thought of it pulled at him. There was something different about visiting the river in the early morning, before the heat of the day took hold. It was quieter then, even than in the evenings, and the air had a clarity to it that seemed to sharpen the senses. He decided he would go. He dressed simply, worn trousers, a soft flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled up, and his old hat to shade his eyes from the growing sun. He left the house without locking the door. There was no need here. The path toward the river was still damp with dew, the grass bowing slightly under his steps, darkened by the moisture. Every so often, the tip of his boot would brush against a bead of water, sending it sliding down to the ground below. The meadow looked different in the morning light, paler, fresher, the greens not yet deepened by the day's warmth. Wildflowers stood quietly among the grass, their petals still holding the cool of the night. The air was alive with the faint rustle of wings. Sparrows and finches moved from branch to branch, their small calls weaving into the fabric of the morning. A lone hawk circled high above, its shadow gliding silently over the field before disappearing into the trees. When Thomas reached the bend, he found the river wrapped in a soft mist. It clung low to the surface, curling and uncurling as though breathing with the water. The sight slowed him even more, and he stood for a long time before stepping closer, taking it in. The mist muted everything, the sound of the current, the colors of the bank, until it felt like the world had been reduced to just him, the water, and the quiet. He took a seat on the flat stone, its surface cool beneath him. From here, the town was invisible, and even the meadow seemed far away. The mist drifted in thin sheets, revealing glimpses of the far bank. A leaning willow, the dark line of reeds, the sudden dart of a fish breaking the surface. Thomas rested his hands on his knees and simply watched, letting the minutes stretch without concern. His mind wandered, as it often did here. He thought of the mornings when he had come to the river with his father, their breath visible in the cool air, their voices low so as not to disturb the stillness. He remembered the thermos of coffee his father always carried, how the steam rose from the cup when he poured it, mingling with the mist from the water. They hadn't needed much talk, just the shared understanding that this was a good place to be, and that being here together mattered more than anything they could say. The sun rose higher, and the mist began to thin, lifting slowly from the water and dissolving into the air. With its departure, the colors of the river returned, the blue of the sky mirrored in its surface, the dark greens of the trees leaning toward it, the brown gold of the shallows where minnows flashed in sudden bursts. The current moved lazily now, carrying small bits of leaves and twigs downstream, each one spinning briefly before settling into the flow. A kingfisher arrived, announcing itself with a sharp, rattling call before perching on a branch above the water. Its head bobbed as it scanned the surface, then it dove in a clean arc, vanishing beneath the ripples and emerging a heartbeat later with the small fish in its beak. It shook itself once, droplets scattering like tiny sparks, and then flew off toward the far bank. The river absorbed the moment as it always did, folding it into its endless, unbroken movement. Thomas sat until the sun was fully in the sky, its warmth beginning to press against his shoulders. He knew the town would be fully awake by now. The bakery doors open, the first customers at the fruit stand, the sound of hammers and saws at whatever repair work was needed that day. But he wasn't in a hurry to return. The river had a way of holding back the demands of the day, giving him permission to linger. Eventually he rose, brushing the damp from his trousers. He took one last look at the bend, the water glinting in the sun now, and felt the quiet settle deeper into him. The walk back would be unhurried, each step carrying a piece of the river's calm into the town. And later, When the day grew noisy, he would still hear the steady voice of the water, reminding him that there were places and moments that could not be rushed. The sun had climbed well past the treetops by the time Thomas made his way back toward the river in the late afternoon. It wasn't unusual for him to visit twice in a day, though he rarely planned it that way. Some days simply carried a pull stronger than others, and on this one the pull was steady, insistent, like the current beneath the water's surface. He took the longer route this time, following a side path that skirted the edge of the meadow before dipping into a stand of sycamores. Their pale trunks stood like quiet sentinels, the mottled bark flaking away in soft, paper-like curls. The air under their canopy was cooler, and the ground was soft with last year's leaves, their edges crumbling to dust under his boots. A small creek wound its way through this part of the woods, slipping over smooth stones before joining the main river at the bend. Thomas paused to listen to its voice, higher and quicker than the river's, but with the same patient persistence. When he emerged from the trees, the bend opened before him, the river wide and shining in the slanting light. The cottonwoods leaned over the bank, their leaves flickering in the breeze, catching glints of sun like coins turning in the air. He could see his flat stone waiting, but before he reached it, his eyes caught on a figure already there. At first he thought it might be Jacob Miller again, but as he drew closer, the outline resolved into someone else, broad-shouldered, seated with an easy, familiar posture. The man turned at the sound of footsteps on the grass, and recognition came in a warm wave. "Calvin?" Thomas said, a hint of surprise softening into a smile. "Thomas," the man replied, standing to meet him. His voice carried the same even tone it had years ago, though now it was lined with the deeper timbre of age. They shook hands, the kind of handshake that lingers a moment longer than necessary, each measuring the weight of time in the other's grasp. "I didn't expect to see you here," Thomas said as they settled side by side on the stone. "I was passing through," Calvin replied. "Thought I'd stop by the old town. Didn't realize I'd find you right where I left you." Thomas chuckled. "Some places don't change much, and some people don't either." They let a small stretch of silence settle, watching the river drift past. The water caught the low sun, breaking it into countless moving shards. Neither felt the need to fill the quiet. Both had lived enough years to understand that the pauses often held more than the words. Calvin glanced toward the far bank. "Remember when we tried to cross over there in the spring when the water was high?" Thomas nodded, a faint grin pulling at his mouth. "We made it about halfway before we realized the current was faster than it looked. Ended up soaked, boots and all. And your father standing on this very bank," Calvin added, arms crossed, trying not to smile. "He made us hang those boots on the porch rail to dry. Took 2 days before they were wearable again." They both laughed quietly, the memory rippling through them like the water at their feet. For a moment, it was as if the years between then and now had thinned, the edges folding together to bring the past within reach. A kingfisher darted past, its sharp call breaking the air before it vanished downstream. Calvin followed it with his eyes, then said, "I don't get to sit by a river much anymore. Feels different than I remember. Slower, maybe." "Maybe you're just noticing more now," Thomas said. "That's what happens when you've been away from it. You start to see the things that were always there." Calvin nodded, pulling a small paper sack from beside him. "Brought some apples from a farm down the road. Thought you might want one." They ate without hurry, the crisp snap of each bite blending with the river's voice. The fruit was tart at first, then sweet, its juice carrying the taste of summer fields. When they finished, Thomas tossed the core into the current, watching it turn slowly before drifting out of sight. The conversation wandered like the river, touching on small updates, old names, pieces of news from other places. They spoke of neighbors who had passed on, of barns rebuilt after storms, of the way the town's children now played in the same fields they once had. There was no urgency to their words. They let each topic settle before moving to the next, as though giving it room to breathe. The sun eased lower, drawing longer shadows across the bank. A faint coolness crept into the air, the kind that hinted at night's approach without rushing it. Calvin leaned back on his hands, looking toward the glowing line where sky met water. "I can't stay long," he said after a while, "but I'm glad I found you here. Seems right, somehow." Thomas nodded. "This place has a way of holding on to people, even when they've gone. You'll carry it with you, whether you come back or not." They stood together, the light wrapping around them in its final golden reach. Calvin extended his hand again, and Thomas took it, the quiet between them now filled with a sense of completion. When Calvin's footsteps faded up the path, Thomas remained on the stone. The river moved on, unbothered by comings and goings, its steady course a reminder that some things endure without effort. He sat until the first stars appeared, the water beneath them carrying their faint light downstream into the night. Only then did he rise, the cool grass brushing his legs as he made his way home, the memory of the day settling into him like the slow, sure dark. The walk back from the river that evening felt different to Thomas. He carried with him the quiet weight of his meeting with Calvin, the kind of encounter that didn't stir up excitement but left behind a gentle fullness, like the last light lingering over a field. It was the sort of feeling that stayed with you long after the footsteps had faded. The path was dim now, the sky washed in deep blues and faint purples. The moon had not yet risen, and the first stars showed themselves cautiously, one or two at a time, as if testing the night's readiness. The meadow lay hushed, the breeze moving in slow waves across the grass, bending the taller stalks in a rhythm older than the town itself. Thomas walked without hurry, his boots finding the familiar patches of firmer ground, his eyes adjusting to the gentler light. By the time he's reached the edge of town, the lamplights had bloomed along Main Street. They cast warm circles onto the sidewalks, their glow catching in the windows of the shops and the glass panes of front doors. Some houses had their curtains drawn, holding the evening close. Others left their windows open, letting out soft slices of life. Laughter over a card game, the clink of cutlery being set on a table, the faint strains of a fiddle from a radio somewhere. Instead of heading directly home, Thomas let his feet turn toward the square at the center of town. The square was never busy at night, but it was never empty either. Tonight he found Mr. Avery sitting on the low stone wall that edged the park, his walking stick resting across his knees. The older man raised a hand in greeting. "Evening, Thomas," he said. "Evening," Thomas replied, stepping closer. "Quiet night." "They're the best kind," Mr. Avery said with a small smile. He patted the space beside him, and Thomas sat, feeling the coolness of the stone through his trousers. They spoke in the unhurried way of people who have known each other most of their lives, their sentences stretching between pauses long enough to let the air fill them in. Mr. Avery mentioned that his daughter would be visiting next week, bringing her youngest, a boy who had never been to the river. Thomas nodded, picturing the small hands throwing pebbles into the shallows, the boy's voice bright against the steady hush of the current. From their seat on the wall, they watched the town slow settling into night. A couple strolled past, sharing the same step without seeming to think about it. Two teenagers rode bicycles through the square, their laughter trailing behind them in the cooling air. Somewhere nearby, the smell of apple pie drifted from an open kitchen window, warm and spice curling into the street like a memory made visible. When they parted, Thomas continued around the square, his route carrying him past the church. Its doors were closed, but the front steps still held the day's warmth, and a faint scent of wood polish lingered in the air. He remembered sitting there years ago with Calvin and a few others after a late summer service, the night thick with cricket song, their voices low and unhurried as they talked about fishing, weather, and nothing that needed deciding. At the corner, he turned down his own street. The houses here were older, with porches wide enough to hold whole families on summer nights. On one of them, Mrs. Carter was rocking in her chair, a blanket draped across her lap despite the mild air. She gave him a slow nod, the kind that acknowledged more than just a passing moment. "Good evening, Thomas," she said. "Good evening," he answered and meant it fully. When he reached his own gate, the click of the latch was loud in the stillness. He stepped onto the porch, pausing to look back down the street. The lamplight pooled and faded, and above it the stars had grown bolder, filling the spaces between the rooftops. A single bat moved across the sky, its path erratic yet somehow sure, and then was gone. Inside, the house welcomed him with its familiar scent, wood, old books, and the faint trace of chamomile from the night before. He lit a small lamp in the kitchen, its glow steady and soft, and cut a slice of the bread he had brought home yesterday. With it, he poured himself a glass of milk and carried both to the table by the window. The night air slipped in through the screen, cool against his skin. As he ate, he thought of the river, the mist in the morning, the golden bend in the afternoon, and Calvin's quiet presence beside him. The day had been full, not in the way of tasks completed or miles traveled, but in the way of moments noticed and held. It was the kind of fullness that could not be measured, yet it filled the house as surely as the lamp's glow. When the bread was gone and the milk finished, he washed the glass and plate, setting them to dry. He left the lamp burning low as he made his way to the porch once more. The night had deepened, the air now carrying the faint dampness that would settle into dew by morning. Somewhere far off, an owl called, its voice carrying across the quiet roofs of the town. Thomas stood for a while, hands resting on the railing, letting the stillness seep into him. There is no need to think ahead to tomorrow. The day would come in its own time, and he would meet it with the same measured steps he had given this one. For now, the night was enough, lamplight and crickets, the memory of the river's steady voice, and the knowledge that he belonged to this place as much as it belonged to him. When he finally stepped inside and closed the door, the house seemed to settle with him. The clock ticked on, unhurried, and the quiet wrapped itself around him like a familiar quilt. In his bed, with the window open to the soft sounds of the town at rest, Thomas drifted easily toward sleep, carrying with him the peace of the evening and the promise of another day to come. The morning came quietly, as if it understood the town's need to move slowly after a cool summer night. Thomas woke to the sound of a gentle breeze lifting the curtains, letting in the scent of damp earth and cut grass from the yards nearby. Somewhere down the street, The low hum of a lawnmower drifted toward him, softened by distance. He lay still for a few moments, listening, letting the rhythm of the morning settle into him before the day began. The house felt cool underfoot when he rose. The wide planks of the floor carried the faint smell of pine and age, a scent that always reminded him of mornings long past, when his parents would already be awake, his mother at the stove, his father sitting at the table with the newspaper folded neatly in half. Those mornings had been steady, dependable, the kind that built the foundation of a life without him noticing at the time. In the kitchen, he filled the kettle and set it on the stove. While it heated, he sliced a piece of bread from the loaf he'd bought 2 days before. It was a little firmer now, the crust more defined, but still good, especially toasted. As the bread browned, he stepped out to the porch with a mug in hand, breathing in the stillness of the street. The sun was just clearing the rooftops, casting a warm glow onto the porch railings. The light fell in long, slanted beams across the gravel lane, touching the tops of the marigolds in Mrs. Carter's yard and making them glow as if lit from within. A pair of mourning doves cooed softly from the telephone wire, their feathers catching the light in a muted shimmer. When the kettle whistled, Thomas went back inside, poured the water over a spoonful of loose tea, and set the cup on the table. The toast was ready by then, and he spread it with a thin layer of butter, watching it melt into the warm bread. He ate slowly, listening to the faint creak of the house as it adjusted to the day's warmth. Once breakfast was finished, he decided to take a walk before the sun grew stronger. The streets were beginning to stir, but only just. At the corner, he passed Mr. Avery, who was leaning on his walking stick and talking to a boy who looked no older than 10. They were speaking about fishing, the boy's eyes wide with the kind of attention only given to stories of large catches and near misses. Thomas gave them a nod, and Mr. Avery lifted his hand in greeting without breaking the flow of his tale. The bakery was already open, its door propped wide to let out the warm, sweet air. Mrs. Green stood behind the counter, arranging pies in the display case. She waved him in, offering a smile. "You're out early, Thomas." "Couldn't waste a morning like this," he said, stepping inside. The air was thick with the scent of cinnamon and apples, and the faint crackle of crust cooling on the counter filled the small space. He bought a small loaf of rye and tucked it under his arm before continuing down the street. The hardware store's windows shone in the early sun, and a faint clinking from inside told him that someone, likely Henry, the owner, was already sorting through the bins of nails and screws that seemed to multiply no matter how often they were organized. When Thomas reached the edge of town, he turned onto the narrow lane that led toward the fields. The hedgerows on either side were alive with birdsong, sparrows darting between the branches, a blue jay calling sharply from somewhere overhead. Beyond the hedges, the fields lay in long rows, the soil dark and clean from recent rain. A farmer on a tractor moved slowly across the far end, the engine's low growl blending into the morning hum of insects. As he walked, Thomas noticed the small things that always seemed to make the walk worthwhile. The glint of dew still clinging to spiderwebs stretched between fence posts, the way the wind carried the scent of clover and turned it gently so that it met him from a slightly different angle with each step, the faint rustle of field mice moving unseen through the grass. After a while, he came to the old wooden gate that marked the beginning of a path leading down to the river. It was too early for the bend to be crowded, not that it ever really was, but he liked the way the water looked in the morning, bright and full of quiet promise. He leaned on the gate for a moment, feeling the sun on his shoulders before turning back toward town. The walk home was as unhurried as the walk out, and by the time he reached his porch again, the street had grown livelier. Mrs. Carter was out watering her garden, the spray from the hose catching the light in a brief rainbow before falling to the soil. Two children raced past on bicycles, their laughter ringing down the lane like the sound of a bell. Inside, Thomas set the rye bread on the counter and poured himself a glass of cool water. The day ahead was open, no appointments, no obligations pressing on him, and he felt the ease of that freedom settle in his chest. He might tend to the garden later, or he might sit on the porch with the book. Perhaps in the evening he would walk to the bend again, letting the river remind him of the things that remained steady no matter how the days turned. For now, the morning was enough. The sound of the town finding its voice, the warmth of the sun through the kitchen window, and the knowledge that every step he took here was part of a life rooted in quiet, lasting ways. The afternoon settled into the kind of warmth that made the air hum softly, not with heat so much as with the slow energy of summer at its midpoint. By this hour, the sun was angled just enough that the shade on the east side of the house stretched long and inviting across the yard. Thomas had moved a straight-backed wooden chair beneath the sycamore, placing it where the ground was cool and the view carried across the garden toward the distant line of trees that marked the river's course. He had no particular work that needed doing, no fence to mend, no tools to oil, no boards to plane, and yet his hands found things to keep busy. A small box of seed packets sat beside him on the ground, some from earlier in the season, others left over from years past. Now and then he would take one up, feeling the weight of the seeds shift inside, thinking of where they might be sown when the time came. He opened a few, letting the seeds rest in his palm before tipping them back into the envelope, listening to the soft rattle as they fell. The garden carried the steady work of the season in its quiet way. Rows of beans had climbed the poles he'd set in spring, their leaves broad and confident in the sun. Tomatoes hung in clusters, still green but showing the faint blush that meant ripening was near. Along the fence, a row of sunflowers followed the light, their tall stalks holding heavy heads that nodded slightly with the wind. Every so often, the breeze shifted, bringing with it the smell of Mrs. Carter's marigolds from next door. It was a scent that carried both brightness and earth, cheerful in a way that seemed to belong to summer afternoons. The bees moved lazily between blossoms, their hum blending with the distant drone of a mower somewhere down the lane. A light crunch of gravel reached Thomas's ears, and he turned to see Samuel Harper coming up the path from the street. Samuel was younger by a couple of decades, but had the same unhurried stride, as if he understood that any place worth going would still be there when you arrived. He carried a paper sack in one hand and raised the other in greeting. "Afternoon, Thomas," he said when he reached the shade. "Afternoon," Thomas replied, gesturing toward the empty chair beside his own. "Have a seat." Samuel lowered himself into the chair with a sigh that spoke of the day's heat. "Brought you something," he said, holding out the sack. Inside were half a dozen peaches, their skin flushed with gold and pink, the soft fuzz catching the light. "From your trees?" Thomas asked. Samuel nodded. "First ones of the season. Thought you might like a taste before the rest of the town gets them." Thomas took one from the bag, turning it in his hand. The skin was warm from the walk, and when he bit into it, the juice ran freely down his fingers, sweet and sharp at once. It was the kind of flavor that could only come from a fruit taken directly from the tree, carrying the memory of the soil and sun in every bite. They ate without hurry, talking in the measured way of neighbors who have shared many afternoons like this. Samuel spoke of his trees, how the blossoms had come early this year, how the rain in June had been just enough to fatten the fruit without swelling it too quickly. Thomas listened, adding a word here and there, content to let the conversation wind along at its own pace. After the peaches were finished, Samuel leaned back in his chair, looking out over the garden. "You've kept this place well," he said. "Seems every year it grows a little fuller." Thomas followed his gaze. "It's the same ground, same seeds, same hands tending it," he said, "but the years add their own weight. The soil remembers." For a while they sat in companionable silence, watching the shadows lengthen across the rows. A pair of goldfinches landed on the sunflowers, their bright yellow feathers catching in the light as they pecked at the seeds. The bees had grown fewer now, their work easing as the day cooled. When the sun dipped low enough to throw a softer light, Samuel rose. "Better get these other peaches home before they soften too much," he said, lifting the sack. Thomas stood as well, walking with him to the gate. "Thank you for these," he said. "They'll be gone by tomorrow. I can promise you that." Samuel grinned. "That's the best way." He stepped out onto the lane, his figure shrinking as he made his way toward the turn, until he was hidden by the hedgerow. Thomas returned to his chair under the sycamore, the air cooler now, the light shifting toward the deep gold of evening. The garden seemed to hold its breath in that hour before nightfall, the plants gathering whatever remained of the day before letting it go. From the river's direction came the faintest sound of water moving over stones, a reminder that it was always there, carrying the town's quiet history forward. As the first stars began to appear above the trees, Thomas rose and gathered the seed packets into their box. He would put them away for now, but their time would come, as it always did. Some things in life could be counted on: the turning of seasons, the ripening of fruit, the steady presence of a river at the edge of town, and knowing that was enough to end the day in peace. With the evening cool on his back and the scent of the garden in the air, he went inside, the house greeting him with the calm of a place that knows it is lived in well. And as he closed the door, the first crickets began their song, carrying the night gently into being. By the time the heat of the day began to fold itself into the softness of evening, Thomas felt the familiar pull toward the river. He had spent the afternoon in the shade of the sycamore, sorting seed packets and sharing peaches with Samuel. And now, the thought of the bend, of the way the light would be draped over the water, seemed to rise up naturally, as if the day itself were guiding him there. Before leaving, he wrapped 2 of the peaches Samuel had given him in a square of cloth and tucked them into his small canvas bag. The fruit still carried the warmth of the sun from earlier, and their scent was faint but steady, as though the sweetness was content to wait until someone was ready to taste it. The walk toward the bend was quiet, the gravel lane holding on to the last gold of the sun in a way that made it glow in places, dim in others. The air had changed, it was lighter now, touched with the first cool threads of night. The sound of crickets had begun to rise from the tall grass along the path, not yet at full chorus, but building, as if rehearsing for the darker hours. When Thomas reached the meadow, the sky was already in its evening shift, deep blue overhead, warm amber clinging to the horizon. The grass moved in long, slow sweeps under the breeze, and somewhere near the hedgerow, a quail called softly before disappearing into the cover. The river's voice reached him in fragments at first, carried on the moving air, and then in its full, steady murmur as he drew closer. At the bend, he found that he wasn't alone. A woman sat on the flat stone he often used, her back to him, her hair caught up loosely, a few strands lifting with the wind. Beside her was a wicker basket, the kind used for carrying books or a small supper. She turned at the sound of his steps on the grass, and recognition settled in easily. It was Ruth Harris, who had moved back to town last year after many years away. "Evening, Thomas," she said with a smile that was both greeting and invitation. "Evening," he replied. "Didn't expect to find anyone here tonight." "It's been a long day," she said, looking back toward the water. "Felt like I needed to sit where things don't hurry." Thomas nodded, understanding without needing more explanation. He set his bag down beside her on the stone and unwrapped the cloth, revealing the 2 peaches. "Samuel Harper's first of the season," he said. "Thought you might like one." Her face brightened at the sight of them. "I haven't had one of his peaches in years." They each took one, the skin still warm from being carried against the cloth. When they bit into the fruit, the juice ran down their fingers, and both laughed softly at the same moment, reaching for handkerchiefs to catch the sweetness before it could stain their clothes. The river moved on below them, reflecting the shifting sky. For a while they sat in easy silence, watching as the last light pulled itself from the water and left it to the first touch of moon. Ruth spoke of her garden, how the beans had climbed faster than she'd expected, how the lavender by her back steps had drawn more bees than she'd seen in years. Thomas told her about the seed packets he'd been sorting, and how he still saves some each year that he never planted, just because he liked the way they felt in his hands. As they talked, the air cooled, and the sound of the crickets grew fuller. A heron moved across the far bank, its tall frame slow and deliberate, each step breaking the reflection of the sky. When it reached the reeds, it stood motionless, as if considering the water, then disappeared into the green. Ruth leaned back on her hands, looking upward. "Funny," she said, "how you can see the stars more clearly here than anywhere else in town, even though it's not far at all." "It's the way the river holds the dark," Thomas replied. "Keeps it close so the light has to shine a little brighter." They stayed until the moon had risen high enough to lay its path across the water. The peaches were gone, their pits resting on the cloth beside the basket, and the river had taken on the quiet of deep night. When they finally stood, it was with the kind of ease that comes from having let time pass without watching the clock. They walked partway back together, their steps falling in the same slow rhythm, speaking now and then but letting the pauses carry most of the conversation. At the turn where their paths separated, Ruth gave a small wave. "Thank you for the peach," she said. "Thank you for the company," Thomas answered, and meant it. He watched her until she was just a shape among the lamplight at the edge of the street, then continued on alone. The night air was cool against his face, and somewhere behind him, the river kept moving, carrying with it the softness of the day and the small, shared sweetness of a summer peach. The road home from the bend was quieter than it had been earlier, as though the night had drawn a gentle cover over the town and all its scattered sounds. The air was cool enough now that Thomas could feel it against his face and along his forearms where his sleeves were rolled back. Each step on the gravel lane made the faintest crunch, the kind of sound that quickly softened into the larger stillness surrounding him. Ahead, The lamplights marked the edge of town in small circles of gold. Their light pooled on the sidewalks, leaving the spaces between in a muted blue shadow. Every so often, a moth would flutter into the glow, moving in a slow spiral before vanishing again into the dark. It was the kind of quiet night when even the smallest movement seemed noticeable. A curtain drawn across a lit window, the far-off bark of a dog, the sigh of leaves shifting in the breeze. When Thomas reached his gate, the latch gave its familiar click. He paused there for a moment, one hand resting on the wood, and looked down the street. A few windows still glowed, but most had gone dark. The shapes of the houses settled into silhouettes. Somewhere far off, an owl called, a deep, steady note that felt more like a presence than a sound. He stepped onto the porch and opened the front door. The house received him with its own quiet, different from the quiet outside. It was a stillness made up of familiar scents, the faint trace of wood smoke from past winters, the dryness of old pine floors, and the lingering sweetness of the peaches he had carried earlier. He set his canvas bag on the chair by the door and moved into the kitchen without switching on the overhead light. The small lamp in the corner gave off a soft amber glow, enough to see by without disturbing the peace that had settled into the rooms. Thomas filled the kettle and set it on the stove. The click of the burner lighting was quick, almost like the sound of a match being struck, and then came the quiet hiss of the flame. He chose chamomile tonight, spooning the dried blossoms into his old mug. A mug with a small chip on the rim, the kind of imperfection that, over years, becomes a mark of comfort. As the water began to warm, he stepped to the window above the sink and pushed it open a little wider. The night came in easily, carrying with it the faint chorus of crickets from the gardens and the distant hum of the river's flow. Somewhere closer, the leaves of the sycamore rustled, a low, steady sound like a page being turned again and again. He could smell the cool earth of the garden, touched with the sharper scent of mint growing near the steps. The kettle's whistle rose slowly, almost reluctant to break the stillness. Thomas lifted it from the heat before it reached its full voice, pouring the water over the chamomile. The steam curled upward in thin ribbons, carrying the gentle scent of the flowers. He carried the mug to the small table near the window and sat, letting his hands rest around the warmth. For a while he simply looked out at the yard. The moonlight fell across the grass in soft patches, filtering through the branches. He could see the faint silver line of the garden fence, and beyond it, the darker shapes of the field stretching toward the trees. It was a view he had seen countless times, but it always seemed to shift just enough to feel new. He drank slowly, each sip carrying the warmth into him. The chamomile's softness spread through his chest and shoulders, loosening what little tension the day had left. His thoughts moved lazily, not chasing after anything, just touching on small moments from the day. Samuel's easy conversation, the sweetness of the peaches, Ruth's quiet beside the river. They came and went like the sound of the breeze at the window, unhurried and without need for conclusion. When the mug was empty, Thomas rinsed it and set it to dry beside the sink. He left the lamp on low as he made his way to the front door and stepped out onto the porch once more. The street lay still, the lamplight steady, the spaces between rich with shadow. He leaned against the railing, breathing in the cool night air, and let his gaze rest on the patch of sky between the rooftops. The stars there seemed sharper than they had earlier, their light carrying across the quiet in a way that felt almost personal. After a while, he turned back inside, closing the door softly behind him. In his room, he left the window open so the night could move through. The sheets were cool, the pillow carrying the faint scent of sun from its time on the line last week. He lay on his side, listening, first to the crickets, then to the deeper hush beneath them, a hush that seemed to come from the ground itself. His breathing slowed, matching that rhythm, and somewhere in the gentle drift before sleep, he thought of the river, its patient bend, its quiet voice in the morning mist, and the way it seemed to hold the town in its care. The image stayed with him as he slipped fully into rest, the night folding around him in the same steady way the river curved through the land. Thomas woke to the gentle patter of rain against the open window, a sound so steady and soft that for a moment he wasn't sure if he had been dreaming it. The air in the room was cool and touched with the scent of wet leaves and damp earth, the kind of smell that seemed to seep into the skin and linger. He lay still for a while, letting the sound and scent braid together until it was difficult to tell where the rain ended and his own slow breathing began. The light was dim, filtered through clouds that had drawn themselves close around the town. Outside, the sycamore's leaves trembled under the drops, and the garden beyond looked darker, its colors deepened by the moisture. The bean's leaves held beads of water like small jewels, and the soil beneath them was almost black. The fence, slick with rain, seemed to glow faintly in the muted morning light. When Thomas sat up, the sheets felt cool against his legs, and the wood floor gave a slight creak under his feet. He pulled on a sweater, its wool carrying the faint, comforting scent of cedar from the chest where it had been folded. In the kitchen, he lit the small lamp in the corner rather than the overhead light, so the room stayed in that soft half-glow that rain always seemed to deserve. The kettle went on, and as he waited for it to boil, he watched the rain from the window above the sink. It fell in fine, slanted lines, sometimes quickening, sometimes easing back, as though the sky were breathing. A few sparrows hopped along the wet fence, their feathers puffed against the chill. They shook themselves from time to time, sending droplets into the air before returning to their quiet foraging. When the tea was ready, Thomas carried the mug to the table by the window and sat for a long while without drinking. Steam rose in small curls, blurring the edges of the room beyond, and the rain's rhythm filled every space that might have otherwise been taken by thought. Across the street, Mrs. Lambert's curtains were drawn, but a warm light glowed faintly through the fabric, suggesting she was up and moving slowly through her own quiet rituals. The first sip of tea was like a small anchor, drawing him fully into the moment. Its heat spread through him, and the taste, familiar, steady, seemed to hold the rain's softness in it somehow. He thought of how mornings like this had always felt like a kind of permission, even when he was younger. Permission to move slowly, to notice the small things, to let the hours find their own shape. When the rain eased for a few minutes, Thomas stepped onto the porch. The boards were damp under his slippers, and the scent of the earth was stronger here, mingled with the faint sweetness of the roses that grew along the path. Drops clung to the petals, and some of the blooms bent under the weight, nodding toward the ground. He reached out to steady one, his fingertips brushing against the cool, wet surface of the leaves. From the porch, he could see the river in the distance, its surface stirred into small ripples where the rain touched. The bend was partly hidden by trees, but he knew it well enough to imagine how the water curved, how it carried the day forward whether or not anyone was there to watch. It comforted him to think of it that way, steady, unbothered, holding the town's quiet mornings as easily as it did its busy afternoons. The rain returned with a little more strength, and Thomas went back inside, leaving the door ajar so he could still hear it. He settled into the armchair in the front room, a blanket over his legs, and opened the book that had been waiting on the side table for days. The pages smelled faintly of paper and time, and the words moved at a pace that matched the morning. Slow, deliberate, unhurried. Every so often his gaze drifted from the print to the window, where the rain traced long, thin paths down the glass. It was a kind of reading that allowed for pauses, for letting the mind wander into the sound of the rain, into the way the lamplight pooled on the floor, into the small comfort of knowing there was nothing that needed to be done urgently. By late morning, the rain had softened again, becoming more of a mist. The edges of the trees blurred, and the street seemed farther away, as though the whole town had pulled a blanket over itself. Thomas set the book aside and closed his eyes for a moment, listening. Somewhere in that gentle haze of sound, he could hear the faint ticking of the clock in the kitchen, the deep, slow creak of the sycamore, and the patient hum of the world moving at its own pace. In that stillness, the day seemed to open like a door, not into anything grand or demanding, but into the kind of space where even the smallest moments could be enough. And Thomas, wrapped in the sound of the rain and the warmth of the blanket, felt no need to step beyond it just yet. By the time the rain began to ease, the air had changed. It no longer carried the persistent patter of drops on the roof, but a softened hush, as though the clouds themselves were pausing to take a breath. From his chair in the front room, Thomas noticed how the light shifted. Just a little at first, a pale silver finding its way through the open window, touching the edges of the table, the arm of the chair, the blanket folded at his side. He closed his book and let it rest on the table, the place in the story marked with the smooth, flat stone he had picked up from the riverbank years ago. For a moment he stayed there, listening to the damp quiet of the house. It was the kind of quiet that feels as though the world has slowed down to match your own breathing, where every small sound, a floorboard easing back into place, the slow ticking of the kitchen clock, seems to carry its own calm. When he finally stood, his slippers met the floor with a soft sound, and the scent of the rain-damp air drew him toward the porch. Outside, the garden was glistening. Every leaf, every blade of grass, every thread of a spider's web strung between the fence rails. The roses held their petals half open, heavy with droplets that caught what little sunlight was beginning to appear. Beyond the yard, the street was quiet. Puddles lay still in the dips of the road, reflecting the pale sky above, and the only movement came from a single dog trotting along the far sidewalk, its fur darkened from the earlier rain. Somewhere in the distance, a door closed with a muffled thud, and faint voices carried across the damp air. Thomas stepped down onto the path, the soles of his shoes darkening where they met the wet earth. The air was cool but no longer sharp. It had the softness that often follows a morning rain, carrying the faint, sweet smell of lilac from Mrs. Lambert's yard. As he walked toward the center of town, the world seemed freshly drawn, every color deeper and more certain. He passed the sycamore, its branches still dripping, and paused to watch a pair of children chasing each other in slow, careful arcs along the sidewalk, their boots splashing in the shallow puddles. They laughed in short bursts, their voices clear and light against the softened backdrop of the morning. He raised a hand in greeting to Mrs. Kessler, who stood on her porch brushing rainwater from the railings, her hair caught up in a scarf patterned with small blue flowers. The small grocery store sat at the corner where the main street bent toward the river. Its front windows were fogged near the edges, and a faint golden light glowed from inside. A bell above the door gave a bright chime when Thomas stepped in, and the familiar smell of ground coffee and warm bread wrapped around him. Mr. Avery, the store's owner, stood behind the counter arranging a row of jars filled with penny candies. He looked up with the slow smile of someone for whom there is never a hurry. "Morning, Thomas. Thought the rain might keep you in?" Thomas returned the smile. "It nearly did, but it seemed a shame not to see the day once it started to change." They spoke for a few minutes, their conversation easy and without need for direction. The weather, the way the river had risen a little after the rain, the arrival of fresh apples from the orchard outside of town. Thomas picked up a small bag of the apples, each one carrying a faint blush of red across its skin, and a loaf of bread still warm from the oven. When he stepped back outside, the clouds were beginning to lift in places, and thin shafts of sunlight reached down onto the wet roofs. The air held that rare balance of coolness and warmth, the kind that makes you slow your pace just to stay in it a little longer. On the way home, Thomas stopped at the edge of the bridge, leaning on the railing to watch the river. It moved steadily beneath him, its surface broken here and there by the remnants of rain falling from the trees. The water seemed darker now, holding the reflection of the retreating clouds, but its voice was the same, a low, continuous murmur that had been part of the town's days and nights for as long as anyone could remember. As he stood there, he thought about how the river marked time differently than people did. It didn't divide its days into hours or its seasons into dates. It simply moved, carrying along whatever came to it, wearing the stones smooth, as shaping the land a little at a time. And in that thought, Thomas felt the kind of steadiness that comes from remembering that the world knows how to take care of itself. When he finally turned toward home, the light had grown a little warmer, stretching itself across the street and catching in the windows. The town seemed to be waking not with a start, but with the same unhurried grace the day had carried from the moment the rain began. And Thomas, with the apples in his bag and the sound of the river still in his ears, felt as though he were carrying a piece of that grace with him. By the time Thomas reached his front porch, the rain was little more than a memory, a faint shimmer still clinging to the edges of the railing, the last drop sliding lazily from the eaves. The air had softened into that clear, fresh stillness that comes only after a long rain, when the world seems to exhale. He set the paper bag of apples and bread on the kitchen table, the warm scent of the loaf rising in the quiet room. For a moment, he simply stood there, hands resting on the back of the chair, letting this stillness settle around him. The house, with its familiar creaks and faint smells of old wood and tea, felt as though it too had been waiting for him to return. Thomas sliced 2 pieces from the loaf, the crust crackling gently under the knife, and placed them on a small plate. From the cupboard, he brought down a jar of honey, golden, thick, and faintly fragrant. It caught the light in the way only honey does, holding a slow, liquid glow. He spread it over the bread, the scent of sweetness rising with the warmth. Carrying his simple lunch to the table by the window, he settled into the chair that had molded itself over the years to the shape of his back. The view outside had changed with the weather. Colors deepened, edges softened. The sycamore leaves were still, as though the tree itself was resting after holding so much water through the morning. He ate slowly, savoring each bite in a way that felt less like a meal and more like a pause. One of those rare pauses that have no demand behind them, no need to be filled with thought. Each sip of tea, each small taste of bread and honey seemed to fold itself into the afternoon, becoming part of the quiet rather than breaking it. When the plate was empty, Thomas didn't rush to clear it. He let it sit there as he rose and moved toward the desk near the front window. It was an old desk, scarred in places by years of use, the wood worn smooth under his palms. On it lay a neat stack of envelopes, a fountain pen, and a small ceramic cup holding paper clips and bits of string that might one day be needed. He took a piece of thick, cream-colored paper from the drawer. It had a faint texture beneath his fingers, the kind that made a pen move differently, as if it were guiding the words into a slower rhythm. Outside, the afternoon sun had begun to slant low, turning the edges of the clouds to pale gold. Thomas began the letter without rush, each line forming carefully, his handwriting looping in that particular way it always had when he took his time. He was writing to an old friend, a letter not meant to convey urgency, but simply to share the shape of the day. He described the morning rain, the stillness afterward, the smell of the lilacs, and the way the river had looked from the bridge. From time to time he paused, pen resting above the paper, eyes drawn back to the street. A man walked past with a basket of laundry balanced on his hip. A pair of sparrows darted low across the fence. The light outside deepened just slightly, the gold giving way to a softer amber. By the time he signed his name, the room had shifted into the gentle dimness of late afternoon. He placed the letter carefully in an envelope, smoothing the flap closed before setting it on the corner of the desk to be posted tomorrow. It felt good, somehow, to leave it there overnight, as though the words themselves could rest before making the journey. Thomas rose and went to the porch, leaning against the railing. The street was quiet, with only the occasional murmur of a voice carried from farther down. The air was warmer now, touched with the faintest scent of bread baking somewhere, perhaps from the bakery near the square. The sun was sinking toward the river, its light stretching long across the town. Shadows softened against the walls of houses, and the sky above the bend held that fragile mixture of light and shade that seems to belong to small towns in the early evening. Somewhere in the distance a screen door creaked open and shut, and the low hum of a lawn-mower began, blending into the background like another piece of the town's slow rhythm. Thomas thought about how the day had held nothing extraordinary, and yet had felt full in the quiet way that makes you aware of your own breath, your own place in the small map of a familiar town. It was enough, more than enough. He lingered there as the light continued to fade, the cool of evening beginning to thread its way into the air. Inside, the kettle would soon need to be filled again, the lamp lit, perhaps a few pages of his book read before the night took hold. But for now he stayed still, watching as the Riverbend caught the last of the sunlight, carrying it away in a slow golden shimmer. The first lamps of Riverbend came to life slowly, as though the town itself was reluctant to admit the day was ending. On the far side of the street, Mrs. Harper's porch light glowed with its familiar amber hue, casting a soft oval onto the wooden steps. Farther down, a single window in the post office shone pale against the deepening blue, the reflection trembling faintly in a puddle that hadn't yet dried from the morning rain. Thomas stood for a while longer on his own porch, letting his eyes adjust to the slow transformation of the town. It was a change he'd watched countless times, but it never lost its quiet pull. The daylight didn't vanish here. It slipped away in thin, graceful layers, each one replaced by a gentler shade until the whole sky seemed to rest. He stepped down onto the street, hands in his pockets, and began to walk in no particular direction. The soles of his shoes made a muted sound on the damp earth at the road's edge, where grass pushed up in narrow, stubborn strips. Now and then the faint scent of wood smoke drifted past, mixing with the lingering freshness of rain. The storefronts along Main Street were mostly closed, their windows catching the last of the light in dull, wavering reflections. Through the glass of the hardware store, he could just make out the orderly rows of shovels, spools of rope, and jars of nails, all waiting for the morning when the bell above the door would jingle again. In the bakery's window, a few loaves sat cooling on a rack, their crusts catching the lamplight like burnished bronze. A young man crossed the street ahead of him, balancing a paper bag in one arm, while using the other to wave at someone in a passing truck. The exchange was brief, a flash of recognition, a smile that lingered even after the moment had passed. Thomas noticed how, in a place like Riverbend, such gestures carried the same weight as longer conversations. As he walked, the sound of the river began to thread its way into the edges of his awareness, a low, steady hum like breath drawn in and out over centuries. It wasn't the sound of rushing, but of presence, of something that simply continued without asking for attention. He followed it as one might follow the faint smell of bread baking, not because of urgency, but because of the comfort it promised. The path to the river curved gently past the edge of the square, where a single lamppost leaned ever so slightly toward the street. Its light fell over the weathered bench where old Mr. Garrison sometimes sat to feed the pigeons. Tonight the bench was empty, but a scattering of crumbs remained, catching the glimmer of the lamp as if they, too, had something to say. When the river finally came into view, it was holding the sky in its surface, deep blue at the edges, soft gold in the center where the last of the sunset lingered. Willow branches reached down toward their own reflections, swaying gently as though speaking in a language older than the town itself. Somewhere upriver, a single fish broke the surface with a quiet splash, the ripples widening until they met the shore. Thomas found his usual place on a low stone near the bank. It was smooth from years of water brushing against it during floods, and it seemed to fit the curve of his back when he sat. From here, he could see the faint lights of the bridge to the west, their shapes trembling in the current. He sat without hurry, letting the sounds of the evening arrange themselves into their natural order. The faint rustle of leaves overhead, the soft lap of water against the bank, the occasional chirp of a night insect testing its voice. Above it all, the distant toll of the church bell marked the hour without insistence, just a reminder that time was still moving even here. In the half-light, memories had a way of finding him. He thought of evenings much like this one, years ago when his father had brought him down to the same spot. They would sit side by side, sometimes talking, sometimes not, the silence between them carrying as much meaning as the words. His father would skip a stone across the water, the arcs growing shorter each year until, one day, he no longer tried. Now, Thomas let a small pebble roll in his palm, feeling the cool weight of it before tossing it into the river. It sank with barely a sound, leaving only a faint ring on the surface. For a moment, he imagined it resting on the riverbed among countless others, each with its own quiet history of being found, held and released. A light breeze rose from the water, carrying with it the scent of wild mint and something faintly metallic from the stones. Thomas drew in a long breath, feeling it settle deep in his chest. It struck him that this was what he had always loved about Riverbend evenings, the way they seemed to hold space for both the living and the remembering, without asking you to choose between them. The sky deepened further, the gold fading into a soft, even blue that promised the first stars would soon appear. Thomas knew he would stay here until they did, not out of obligation, but because leaving too soon would feel like closing a book before the final sentence. When he finally rose, it would be with the same slow care as the town itself, easing into night without disturbance. For now, he stayed, and the river stayed with him. By the time Thomas rose from his seat on the riverbank, the first stars had begun to show themselves, hesitant at first, then with growing confidence one by one, until the darkening sky felt scattered with quiet lanterns. The gold that had lingered along the horizon was gone now, replaced by a deep, velvety blue that made the lamplight in town seem warmer by contrast. He brushed the light film of dust from his trousers and began the slow walk back toward Main Street. His shoes made a soft, steady rhythm against the earth, a sound easily swallowed by the evening's hush. Somewhere behind him, the river went on speaking its old, low language, the kind no one could translate but everyone seemed to understand. The streets were calmer now than they had been an hour earlier. Most of the shopkeepers had drawn their shades, the windows holding just the faint glow of light from within. He passed the narrow doorway of the tailor's shop, where a single bulb above the counter cast a pool of light over spools of thread and an unfinished jacket draped across the chair. The faint smell of pressed fabric and cedar drifted out, reminding Thomas of the way his mother used to mend clothes by lamplight in the kitchen. Ahead, a screen door slapped shut somewhere to his left, followed by the muted clink of cutlery being laid out on a table. A warm, savory smell reached him, something slow-cooked, with onions and rosemary. It drifted down the street like an unspoken invitation. Thomas smiled to himself, knowing the scent almost certainly came from the Hales' house. Mrs. Hale had been cooking the same lamb stew for as long as he could remember, always served with bread she baked in the morning and kept warm in the oven until supper. As he passed their front gate, a shadow moved behind the lace curtains. A hand lifted in a gentle wave. Mr. Hale, most likely, and Thomas returned it with a small tilt of his head before moving on. There was something about these wordless exchanges, repeated over years, that felt like the threads holding the town together. The further he walked, the more the night settled in. The air grew cooler, carrying with it the faint tang of damp soil. From one of the side streets came the sound of a piano playing. Hesitant at first, then finding a steady rhythm, he recognized the tune, an old waltz that used to play on the jukebox at Miller's Cafe when he was a boy. The notes carried across the quiet like a conversation with the past, and Thomas slowed his pace to listen for a while before continuing. When he reached his own house, the porch light was already on, casting a soft circle on the worn boards and catching in the leaves of the potted geraniums. He stepped up, the wood giving its familiar creak beneath his weight, and unlocked the door. The smell of a home met him as he entered, a mixture of old books, the faint sweetness of dried herbs hanging in the kitchen, and the clean scent of fresh-washed linen. He didn't bother. With the main light, switching on only the small lamp by the window, Its glow fell over the corner table where he kept a simple ceramic teapot and 2 cups. Without hurry, he filled the kettle and set it on the stove, listening for the quiet sigh of water beginning to heat. While he waited, he moved to the window and opened it just enough to let in the night air. The distant hum of crickets found its way inside, along with the cool freshness of the outdoors. Across the street, a single light still burned in Mrs. Harper's front room, her silhouette bent over some task he couldn't quite see. In another window, a curtain stirred faintly in the breeze, as though the house itself was breathing. The kettle began to murmur, a sound that swelled gradually until it reached its soft whistle. Thomas poured the steaming water over a spoonful of loose chamomile leaves, watching as they swirled and unfurled in the pale ceramic cup. The scent rose gently, warm and floral, wrapping around him like an old quilt. Carrying the cup to the small table by the window, he sat and let the steam rise into his face. The first sip was slow, the warmth traveling down into his chest and spreading outward, until even his hands felt the calm of it. Outside, the street lay still, broken only by the occasional flicker of a moth passing through the lamplight. In the quiet, Thomas thought of how the day had begun. Sunlight over the river, the slow work of his hands, the familiar streets, and how it had brought him here to this unremarkable yet perfect moment. It was the sort of day Riverbend was full of, nothing extraordinary, and yet somehow exactly enough. He lingered over the tea, letting each sip mark the passing of time in its own unhurried way. By the time the cup was empty, the last shop light across the street had gone dark, and the stars above the rooftops shone clear and steady. Thomas rose, rinsed the cup, and set it in the sink for morning. Then he crossed the room, turned off the lamp, and left the window open just a little, enough to let the night's cool breath drift in as he prepared for sleep. Upstairs, the old floorboards welcomed his steps with the quiet familiarity of a home long lived in, and as he moved through the darkness, he carried with him the gentle certainty that tomorrow would come as it always did, softly and in its own time. Thomas moved through the upstairs hallway without lighting a lamp, guided only by the faint silver light of the moon spilling in through the bedroom window. The old house seemed to know his steps well enough that it didn't protest too much, just the occasional soft groan of the boards as his weight pressed them down, the same sounds he'd heard every night for decades. It was a language of its own, those creaks and murmurs telling him without words that the house was still here, still holding him as it always had. He paused by the window at the end of the hall, the one that looked out over the garden. Even in the dim light, he could make out the shapes of the flower beds, the low stone wall, and the curve of the path that led down to the gate. A gentle movement caught his eye, the branches of the lilac bush, swaying just enough to suggest that somewhere in the night air, there was a breeze too soft to feel through the glass. In the distance, the town lay quiet, its rooftops dark against the pale sky. A single street lamp cast a warm amber circle on the corner near Miller's store, and for a moment he could almost imagine the sound of the old bell above the shop door ringing as someone stepped inside. But it was far too late for that. The bell would be still until morning, and the store would smell of coffee and oiled wood when its door finally opened again. Thomas turned toward his room, pushing the door open with the slow, familiar motion of someone who'd done it thousands of times. The faint scent of cedar from the old chest at the foot of his bed hung in the air, mingling with the cooler smell drifting in from the open window. He set his folded shirt on the chair, the one with the worn cushion and the small tear in the fabric that he'd been meaning to fix for years, but never had. He sat on the edge of the bed, running his hand over the quilt. It was one his mother had sewn back in the years when evenings were spent around the fire with a basket of fabric scraps at her feet. The squares were a patchwork of memories, an old work shirt here, a piece of a Sunday dress there, stitched together with the kind of care that made even worn fabric feel whole again. He stretched out slowly, feeling the weight of the day sink into the mattress beneath him. The sheets were cool, carrying the faint scent of sun from where they dried on the line earlier that week. He rested his head on the pillow, turning just enough to face the open window. From somewhere beyond the garden, the low, steady chorus of crickets began to weave itself into the quiet. There was a rhythm to it, soft, unchanging, patient. Beneath it, he could just hear the faint trickle of water in the drainage ditch at the far edge of the property, a sound he'd grown so used to over the years that it felt almost like silence. A moth drifted into the room, circling the faint glow of the streetlight outside before disappearing into the darkness again. Thomas followed it, with his eyes for a moment, then let them rest half closed, content to watch the shapes of leaves shift against the sky. His breathing slowed without him noticing, the kind of slowing that came when a person realized there was nothing left to be done for the day. He thought of the river, how it must look now, black and glassy under the moon, carrying the memory of the evening downstream toward places he'd never see. Somewhere along its bend, the water would still be brushing against the stones he'd sat on earlier, as if keeping a place for him until he returned. He thought, too, of the town, of the people in their houses, each wrapped in their own quiet. Mrs. Harper, perhaps, was closing the book she'd been reading. The Hales would be putting away the last of the dishes, and somewhere, a child might be listening to the soft hum of a lullaby through the thin walls of their bedroom. The night settled deeper. A faint creak came from the rafters, the house shifting as it always did with the changing air. It was not a lonely sound, but rather a reminder that the building was alive in its own way, holding its place against the years. Thomas let the weight of these thoughts ease away. The quilt was warm over his legs, the pillow cool against his cheek. His eyes closed fully now, though the moonlight still pressed gently against his lids. The rhythm of the crickets, the whisper of the breeze, the soft steadiness of his own breath, they folded together, each sound cradling him into the space between waking and sleep. Somewhere in that quiet, a memory flickered, himself as a boy, lying in this same bed, listening to the same night sounds, believing that the world beyond the window would always be there in the morning. And now, decades later, the truth of that belief seemed just as sure. Outside, the night kept its gentle watch. Inside, the old house breathed with him, the air in the room cool and clean. There was nothing left to hold on to but rest, and he let it come, slowly, like the river's own turning, like the evening drawing its last breath before dawn. The room seemed to grow quieter with each passing minute, as though the night itself was settling in around Thomas, tucking itself into the corners and folding over the edges of the bed. He lay still, feeling the slow pulse of his own breath match the even rhythm of the crickets outside. The air drifting in through the open window had cooled just enough to carry a faint scent of damp earth from the garden, mixed with the last trace of lilac still clinging to the bush by the gate. It was a sort of scent that reminded him of early mornings long ago, when he'd wake before the sun and slip out into the yard while the grass was still heavy with dew. He could almost see it now, the pale mist lying low over the garden, the edges of each leaf catching droplets that trembled at the first touch of light. Those mornings had felt endless. The day unrolled before him like a quiet promise. And now, in the dark, the memory wrapped itself around him with the same soft assurance. Somewhere in the house, a beam settled with a deep, almost contented sigh. The sound rose and faded like a whisper, blending into the hush that filled every room. He imagined the kitchen downstairs, shadowed and still, with the clean smell of wood soap lingering from when he'd wiped the counters earlier that evening. The chairs would be tucked neatly under the table, the old enamel teapot resting on the stove, its handle cool. Every object seemed to be sleeping in its own way, each carrying the memory of the day just past. Thomas shifted slightly, drawing the quilt higher over his shoulders. The fabric was warm from his body now, and the faint scent of cedar rose from the chest at the foot of the bed. His hand brushed against the familiar seam where two patches of fabric met, one from an old flannel shirt he'd worn on autumn walks by the river, and the other from the faded curtain that used to hang in the front room when his parents were still alive. The past didn't come to him as a sharp ache anymore. It was more like the river's flow, always moving but carrying its memories gently, so that even the edges of loss had been rounded smooth. A soft rustle came from beyond the window, a branch shifting, or perhaps a small bird adjusting itself in the nest hidden in the hedge. It was a sound without urgency, just part of the night's steady breathing. He pictured the Riverbend again, the water sliding past the bank under the silver light of the moon. Perhaps an owl was keeping watch from one of the tall sycamores along the edge, its dark eyes reflecting the faint glow of the sky. He thought of how, in the morning, the river would look entirely different, its black surface turning to gold as the sun reached across it. The town would stir awake, the sound of footsteps on gravel and screen doors creaking open replacing the stillness of now. But that was for later. Tonight belonged to the quiet, to the space between thoughts, to the slow sinking into rest. His eyelids grew heavier, each blink lasting a little longer. The quilt's weight pressed down in the most comforting way, as if it were holding him in place so he wouldn't drift too far from the safe harbor of the bed. Somewhere in his mind, the boundaries between memory and the present began to blur. He saw himself walking the path along the river, his younger self just a step ahead, turning now and then with a smile. The trees arched overhead, their branches touching, forming a kind of shelter from the world beyond. They walked in no hurry, their steps in time with the river's flow. Thomas felt his breathing deepen again, his body sinking further into the mattress. The sounds outside grew softer, not because they were fading, but because they seemed to be moving into the same rhythm as his heart. The crickets sang on, the night breeze wove through the leaves, and somewhere in the distance a dog gave a single sleepy bark before curling back into silence. In that deepening stillness, he let go of the shape of the day, releasing each thought like a leaf onto the surface of the water. The current would take them one by one around the bend out of sight. What remained was only the steady, unhurried presence of the night. The last thing he saw before sleep came was the moonlight lying across the floorboards in a thin silver ribbon, leading from the window toward the bed. It seemed to be pointing the way, as though even the light understood where he was meant to go. And so, without resistance, he followed it into the quiet dark, where the river's song and the breath of the evening waited to carry him the rest of the way. The first touch of morning arrived not as a burst of light, but as a slow, almost hesitant lifting of the night. It began in the air, in that subtle shift when the darkness thins and the outlines of things, trees, rooftops, the gentle curve of the riverbank, start to appear again, as though the world is quietly remembering itself after a long, deep rest. Thomas woke in that in-between hour, when the house still felt wrapped in sleep, but the day had already begun its patient work of unfolding. For a moment he lay still, eyes half open, feeling the familiar weight of the quilt over him and the coolness of the air brushing across his face from the open window. He could smell the faint sweetness of cut grass carried in from somewhere down the street, and the sharper scent of the damp earth outside, stirred by the night's passing rain. The river was the first sound he became aware of. Its voice was different now, quieter than during the wind-brushed hours of the evening, but steady, with a low, rounded tone that reminded him of someone humming to themselves while they worked. That sound had been the backdrop to his life here for so long that he sometimes forgot to notice it. But on mornings like this, in the unhurried calm before the day fully began, he heard it as clearly as if it were speaking to him. He rose slowly, not because he felt the press of age, but because he'd learned there was no need to rush. The wooden floor under his bare feet was cool and faintly smooth, worn by years of quiet steps like this. Downstairs, the kitchen waited in a kind of soft gray light, the shapes of the table and chairs still half in shadow. He filled the kettle and set it on the stove, the sound of water striking metal echoing briefly in the stillness before settling back into the rhythm of the morning. While the water heated, Thomas opened the back door. The hinges gave their familiar creaking greeting as he stepped out onto the porch. The boards there were damp beneath his soles, and a few droplets clung to the railing, trembling in the new light. Across the yard, the grass bent under the weight of dew, each blade tipped with silver. The sky was just beginning to take on color, pale washes of peach and gold where the sun would soon rise, the rest still holding on to the deeper blue of night. A heron lifted from the far bank, its wings slow and deliberate, like strokes from a careful brush. It glided low over the water before disappearing beyond the bend, leaving the river's surface to ripple gently in its wake. From somewhere near the edge of town, a rooster called once, then again. The sound rolled softly across the fields, mingling with the steady hum of insects waking in the grass. A screen door opened in the distance, and he pictured his neighbor, Mrs. Larkin, stepping out to scatter feed for her chickens, her shawl pulled close around her shoulders. The kettle's whistle reached him faintly, and he stepped back inside. He poured the hot water over the loose leaves in his old ceramic teapot, the steam carrying the earthy fragrance of the tea into the cool air. While it steeped, he sliced a piece of bread from yesterday's loaf and set it to toast on the stovetop grill. The scent of browning bread joined the tea's perfume, and for a moment, the kitchen felt like a small harbor, holding the simple comforts of the day in one safe place. Carrying his tea to the porch, Thomas sat in his old wicker chair. The seat gave slightly under his weight, the weave creaking in a way he found reassuring. He wrapped his hands around the warm mug, letting the heat seep slowly into his fingers, and took his first sip. The tea was strong, with just enough bitterness to remind him he was awake. From where he sat, he could see the town coming to life in small, careful gestures. A shopkeeper sweeping the front step of his store, the faint glow of light in the diner's windows, the postman walking along the main street, his bag slung over one shoulder. Yet even with these movements, the morning kept its gentleness. There was no clamor, no urgency, only the slow agreement between people and place that the day had begun. His gaze drifted to the river again. In the early light, it seemed almost still, the current visible only where it curved around a cluster of reeds. The reflection of the sky lay unbroken across its surface, so that it was hard to tell where water ended and air began. He thought of how many mornings like this the river had seen, and how many more it would hold after he was gone. It comforted him to think of that continuity, not in a way that made him feel small, but in the way a tree might feel standing beside the same stretch of water year after year, rooted and at ease with the passing of time. He took another slow sip of tea, feeling the warmth move through him, and let the quiet of Riverbend's morning settle into his bones. There was a whole day ahead, but for now there was only this: the sound of the river, the soft light gathering over the town, and the steady, unhurried breath of a world waking gently. By late morning, the light in Riverbend had grown fuller, though it carried the softer edges of an early autumn day. The air was neither warm nor cool, resting somewhere in between, as though the season had chosen to linger in that gentle pause before change. Shadows lay long and easy across the ground, stretching from the gables of houses, the trunks of old sycamores, and the weathered posts along the river walk. Thomas had finished his morning tea and breakfast hours ago, but he had stayed on the porch long after, watching the world take its slow, measured steps into the day. Now, the sounds were different from dawn, more voices, the rattle of a wagon from one of the farms out east, the muted laughter of school children released for their midday break. But the spirit of the morning remained. Riverbend, for all its daily activity, rarely hurried. He rose from his chair and went inside to fetch his coat, though he didn't need it for warmth. The worn canvas jacket was more a companion than a necessity, something that carried the scent of years spent outdoors, of wood smoke, pine needles, and rain. He slipped it on and stepped out onto the street, locking the front door with an easy turn of the key. The main road into town curved gently along the river's edge, and he followed it at a pace that seemed to match the flow of the water beside him. Every so often he stopped to watch the sunlight catch the surface, where ripples bent the light into shifting coins of gold. At the bakery, the door stood propped open to let in the mild air. The smell of fresh bread and cinnamon carried into the street, and he paused at the threshold to take it in before stepping inside. Mrs. Pearson was behind the counter, flour dusting the sleeves of her blouse. "Morning, Thomas," she greeted, her voice warm in the small, fragrant room. He nodded. "Morning. Smells like you've been busy." "Always am," she said with a smile. "Try one of the apple turnovers. The apples came in from Larkin's orchard just yesterday." He bought two, one to eat now and another to wrap in a napkin for later, and lingered a while at the small table near the window. From there, he could see the quiet activity of the street, a farmer unloading sacks of grain, two boys racing their bicycles past the general store, a dog lying in a sun-warmed patch of dirt. After he'd finished, he thanked Mrs. Pearson and stepped back outside. The scent of baking followed him for a few steps, then gave way to the more open smells of the day: damp leaves drying in the sun, river water moving over stones, the faint sweetness of late-blooming goldenrod along the fence line. He crossed the small footbridge over the river, pausing at its midpoint to rest his elbows on the rail. From here, he could see the sandbar, where herons sometimes fished in the shallows. Today, only a few ducks paddled there, their movements leaving small arrow-shaped wakes. Beyond them, the opposite bank rose, gently into a stand of cottonwoods, their leaves just beginning to turn from green to pale yellow. In the park, he took his seat on one of the old benches. The wood was cracked and silvered from years of weather, but it still held firm under him. A few people passed by. A man walking his hound, a young woman with a basket of laundry heading toward the public line strung between two trees. They nodded in greeting, but didn't stop to talk. In Riverbend, people respected the kind of silence that wasn't meant to be broken. For a while, Thomas sat without moving, letting the warmth of the sun soak into his shoulders. The slow rhythm of the day seemed to ease something inside him. Not a sharp tension, but the quiet ache of carrying one's own history. He had lived through enough seasons to know that some things were best mended not by words, but by the patient company of familiar places. When a breeze drifted through the park, it carried the rustle of leaves and the faint scent of the river. It was a clean, grounding smell, the kind that reminded him of childhood afternoons spent wandering the edges of fields, pockets filled with acorns and smooth stones. Eventually, the church bells began to chime the noon hour. Their sound rolled across the town in slow, deliberate notes, as if marking the passage of time without pressing anyone to hurry. Thomas rose, brushed the crumbs of dried grass from his coat, and began the walk back toward home. The river accompanied him all the way, its steady voice a reminder that the day still had more to give. And though nothing remarkable had happened, he felt richer for having moved through the morning with such unhurried care, gathering its small, quiet offerings one by one. By the time Thomas reached the bend where the river widened, the light had shifted into the soft gold of early afternoon. It was the kind of light that seemed to slow the air itself, making every leaf, every worn brick in the town's old buildings glow as though holding the last warmth of summer in their bones. The shadows of the cottonwoods along the riverbank stretched longer now, curling gently over the footpath like a blanket being pulled up against the coming night. A breeze moved through them with a voice that was both quiet and knowing, stirring the faint scent of sun-warmed bark and the lingering sweetness of wild asters blooming in the grass. Thomas slowed his steps until they were no more than a stroll. There was no need to be anywhere at a particular time. That was one of the gifts of living in Riverbend. Here, the day did not hurry you along. It offered itself in pieces, a patch of warm light on the side of the library, the far-off hum of a saw from someone's shed, the quiet laughter of a mother and child near the edge of the park, and you could take as many of those pieces as you wished without feeling greedy. As he passed the corner by the general store, he noticed old Mr. Avery sitting outside in his usual chair, a cup of coffee balanced on his knee. They exchanged a nod, and Thomas thought about stopping for a few minutes to talk. But something in the way Mr. Avery was gazing across the street, perhaps at nothing in particular, made Thomas decide to let the moment be. In Riverbend, people understood the kind of solitude that wasn't lonely, and they knew better than to disturb it. Crossing to the quieter side of town, Thomas followed a narrow lane lined with clapboard houses, each with its own small porch and garden. The scent of wood smoke drifted from one chimney, carrying the promise of a kettle left simmering on the stove. In another yard, laundry swayed on a clothesline, shirts and sheets billowing gently in the mild wind, their edges catching the light like sails at rest. He paused at the gate of a familiar house where a sprawling apple tree stood with branches heavy from the season's yield. Some of the fruit had fallen to the grass, their skins mottled with gold and russet. A few bees hovered lazily over the fallen apples, moving with the same unhurried rhythm as the day itself. The lane eventually led him back toward the river. He found a low stone wall near the bank and sat down, letting the rough, cool surface press into his palms. The water was moving slowly here, curling around a small island of reeds. Ducks drifted in the shallows, their heads dipping now and then beneath the surface. Further out, the reflection of the sky was broken into soft fragments by the movement of the current. For a while, Thomas didn't think at all. He simply let himself be part of the scene, the stone beneath him, the smell of the river, the sound of the cottonwoods shifting in the breeze. There was something deeply settling about letting the hours pass without measure, trusting that nothing urgent was being missed. When he finally rose to his feet again, the afternoon had moved along. The golden light was leaning toward amber now, deepening in tone. It struck the tops of the buildings and the upper branches of the trees, leaving the lower parts in cool shade. This was the hour when the whole town seemed to take a breath before the evening began. Thomas started back toward his house, his steps slow, his gaze lingering on the quiet beauty of the place he called home. In the distance, he could see the first faint glimmer of the porch light, though the sun had not yet fully set. It was as if the light had been waiting for him, ready to guide him through the last stretch of the day. By the time Thomas reached the curve of the road that led home, the sky had deepened into a rich wash of indigo. It was that delicate hour when the day's last light still lingered along the western horizon, holding back the darkness for just a little while longer. In Riverbend, evening never arrived all at once. It drifted in softly, like a familiar guest who knew exactly how to let themselves in without disturbing anyone. The first porch lights had begun to glow here and there, their soft amber halos spilling across the quiet sidewalks. Thomas noticed how each one seemed to offer its own kind of welcome, as though the light itself was a gesture, a way of saying to anyone passing by, "You're safe here. You belong here." The air had cooled enough that his breath came in faint puffs, each one dissolving quickly in the stillness. The gravel under his boots gave a slow, steady crunch as he walked. Somewhere, far enough away to sound like a memory, a screen door creaked open and shut. A dog barked once, then fell silent. The river was hidden behind the houses now, but its presence was still there in the air, a dampness mingled with the faint mineral scent of stones and water. He thought of how this part of the evening had always felt to him, even when he was a boy, a kind of pause in the heart, a knowing that the day's work was done and that the rest of the hours would belong only to rest and quiet. Back then, he would come in from playing by the water, his hands cold, his knees damp from the grass, and find his mother in the kitchen with the radio low and the smell of something baking in the oven. She'd look up and smile in that way she had, half amusement, half tenderness, and without a word, the world would feel right again. When he reached his house, Thomas paused at the gate. The light from his own porch had been glowing for some time now, spilling across the worn boards of the steps and the faintly leaning railing. It was a small thing, that light, but tonight, as on so many other nights, it felt like a promise. He stepped inside, closing the door with the same slow care he gave to everything in the evenings. The kitchen welcomed him with its familiar shapes, the teapot sitting ready on the stove, the small stack of mail by the bread box, the checked curtain stirring slightly at the window. He filled the kettle, listening to the water's shifting sound as it found its level, then set it on the burner. While the water heated, Thomas opened the back window to let in the night air. The crickets had begun their steady chorus, a low, weaving hum that seemed to hold the darkness together. Somewhere in the distance, a train gave a long, lonesome call, the kind that felt less like an announcement and more like a reminder that there were other lives, other places quietly carrying on. When the kettle whistled, he poured the water over a spoonful of loose tea and watched the steam rise in slow, curling ribbons. He carried the mug to the living room and settled into the old armchair by the window. From here, he could see the faint silver shimmer of the moon starting to lift above the rooftops, touching the edges of the clouds with light. He sat without hurry, both hands wrapped around the warm mug, letting the tea's gentle heat seep into his fingers. The quiet of the room and the softness of the chair seemed to gather around him, as if the house itself knew it was time to ease the weight from his shoulders. In the distance, the town settled deeper into the night. Lights flicked off, one by one. The crickets played on, joined now by the occasional trill of a night bird. The river moved unseen but always present, its steady voice a part of the very air. Thomas let his gaze drift until the edges of things blurred, until the night outside and the quiet inside felt like one and the same. The tea cooled in his hands. The world seemed to breathe with him, slow, steady, untroubled. And in that moment, before the first true darkness fully settled, he felt something rare, a peace so complete it asked nothing of him at all. It was enough to be here in Riverbend on a night like this, held in the gentle keeping of a place that had always known how to make its evenings last. The house had gone still, the kind of stillness that is not the absence of life, but the settling of it. The ticking of the old clock in the hallway was steady, marking the moments as they slipped quietly past. From his chair by the window, Thomas could see the slow drift of the moon climbing higher, its pale light catching the edges of the maple branches that leaned toward the house. Each leaf moved just enough to glint for an instant before sinking back into the shadows. He had drawn the blanket over his knees, the soft wool carrying with it the faint scent of cedar from the chest, where it had been kept through the warmer months. It was an old blanket woven by his grandmother long before he was born, the colors now muted into a gentle blend of earth tones. He had always liked the way it seemed to belong to the room, as if it carried the memory of every winter it had warmed. The tea on the table beside him had cooled to a drinkable warmth. He lifted the mug and took a slow sip, letting the flavor linger before swallowing. Outside, the air was calm now, the crickets holding a steady rhythm that seemed to deepen rather than disturb the quiet. In the far distance, he thought he could hear the river shifting against its banks, a soft, almost secret sound that belonged entirely to the night. Thomas leaned back into the chair, letting his eyes wander over the familiar shapes in the room, the bookshelf lined with worn spines, the lamp its shade of yellowed linen, the framed photograph of his parents on their wedding day. Each object seemed to hold a story, and each story felt close enough to touch. The room, in its gentle order, gave him the sense that nothing essential was missing, that life, whatever shape it took, was enough here. A breeze found its way in through the slightly open window, carrying with it the faint scent of wood smoke from somewhere down the street. It reminded him of evenings from long ago, when the first cold nights of autumn would arrive and neighbors would light their stoves again. He would walk home from the schoolhouse, his satchel heavy with books, and the scent would meet him halfway down the lane. There had always been something deeply assuring in that smell, something that spoke of safety and return. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the memory settle in. The blanket was warm, the chair was comfortable, and the room seemed to breathe around him in time with his own slow breaths. Outside, the moonlight deepened, laying silver paths across the rooftops and tracing the quiet curve of the road that wound through Riverbend. Somewhere nearby, a screen door creaked open and shut, followed by the muted thump of footsteps on a porch. The sound was neither hurried nor loud, just another small piece of the evening settling into place. Thomas imagined the neighbor pausing for a moment to look at the sky, to feel the cool air, before going back inside. It was a habit most people in Riverbend seemed to share, this quiet attention to the end of the day. He took another sip of tea, and the flavor seemed richer now, as if the night itself had infused it. In the silence, his thoughts moved without effort, touching on memories and then letting them drift away. There was no need to hold on to any of them. They would return in their own time, as they always did. When he opened his eyes again, the moon had climbed high enough to pour its light directly through the window. It fell across the blanket, across his hands, and pooled softly on the floorboards. The light seemed to soften everything it touched, making the edges less sharp, the shadows less deep. Thomas let his gaze rest on the glow until his eyes grew heavy. The sound of the river, the crickets, the distant hum of the town, all of it blended into a single steady hush. He felt no urgency to move, no pressing thought to chase. The night was complete as it was. And in that completeness, in the gentle keeping of this place he had always known, Thomas felt himself surrender to rest. The world would keep on quietly as it always had, and he would meet the morning when it came. The hours had drawn themselves long and soft, as if the night were a deep river flowing without haste, carrying with it every sound, every flicker of light, every unspoken thought. Thomas sat with the blanket still around his knees, though now the weight of it felt less like warmth against the cool, and more like an anchor keeping him steady in the stillness. Outside, the maple leaves shifted gently, their edges whispering against one another. The moon was high now, casting a patient silver over the rooftops and across the curved road that led to the heart of town. Here and there, windows glowed faintly with lamplight, each one a quiet mark of life being lived within. He had always loved this time, the hour when the world seemed to fold itself inwards, when even the smallest town noises became part of the same slow rhythm. Somewhere far off, a dog barked once, then twice before deciding against the effort. The sound of footsteps came faintly along the road, a slow and even tread that faded before it ever reached his door. Thomas reached for the mug, found it empty, and set it down again with care. His hands rested on the blanket, fingers curled slightly into the wool. He thought of the hands that had made it, his grandmother's, strong and certain even in their later years. She had worked quietly, without haste, each thread crossing another with a patience that seemed built into her bones. The blanket had outlasted her, yet in its presence he felt as though she still sat nearby, working by the fire. It struck him how the night, too, was like that weaving, each moment layered over another, bound by threads too fine to see, yet strong enough to hold everything together. The scent of wood smoke, the soft sway of the branches, the steady rhythm of his own breathing, they were all part of it, threads in the same fabric. A car passed on the road, moving slowly, its headlights sliding briefly across the walls before vanishing again. He imagined the driver, perhaps heading home from a late shift, perhaps returning from visiting family, each with their own small story, carried quietly through the night. He leaned back in the chair and let his gaze wander to the photograph shelf. There were pictures of his parents, of friends long moved away, of the river in winter when the banks were held in ice. Some were in color, faded with time, others in black and white, the details sharpened by the absence of anything else. Each one felt like a door into another room of memory, and he knew he could step through any of them if he wished. But tonight, he stayed in the room he was in, with the night just as it was. He had learned over the years that peace was not always something you had to go searching for. Sometimes it waited for you exactly where you were, hidden under the weight of ordinary things, ready to rise quietly when you stopped moving. The clock in the hallway struck the hour, its chime slow and round, fading into the stillness that followed. It was a sound he had heard all his life, and yet tonight it felt like a reminder, a soft bell marking not just time, but presence. He drew the blanket a little closer and closed his eyes, not to sleep just yet, but to feel the night without distraction. There was no sharpness here, no pull toward what was gone or what had not yet come. The past lay gentle in its place. The future was not pressing, and the present was enough. After a while, he opened his eyes again to find that the moonlight had shifted. It now fell across the bookshelf, turning the spines of the old books pale. Dust motes drifted in the beam like slow-moving stars. He watched them for a long time, the way they rose and fell as if breathing with the air. The world beyond his window was quiet, and so was the world within these walls. This was the Riverbend he knew best, not the one of market days or summer parades, but the Riverbend that held you softly in its hands at the close of day. He took one last slow breath, feeling it fill and then leave him, steady as the river's own current. The night did not ask anything of him, it simply kept him company. And in that gentle keeping, he felt himself ease, like a small boat coming to rest in the shallows after a long drift. The blanket was warm, the chair was steady, and the night was whole. He would meet the morning when it came, but for now, there was nothing more to do than be here. And so he stayed, quiet, present, at home in the deep calm of the Riverbend evening. By the time the evening folded itself deeper into night, the air had taken on that quiet stillness that seems to belong only to small towns at rest. The sound of the river had softened into the background, less the voice of moving water now, and more a low hum that blended with the cool breath of the wind through the maples. Thomas had not moved much since the last time he'd glanced toward the clock. The blanket still lay across his knees, warm from his own body's patience. A faint trace of tea lingered in the mug on the side table, the kind of sweetness that lingers not in taste, but in memory. Across the road, Mrs. Keller's porch light flickered once, then steadied, casting its circle of golden light over her front steps. He remembered how, years ago, she had kept a row of geraniums there, even in the colder months, and would bring them in only when frost threatened. Now the pots were empty, but he still saw them when he looked that way, as if the memory of red blooms could overlay the present, one reality resting gently on top of another. It was like that with much of Riverbend, he thought. The past was not gone in the way people spoke of it. It lingered in the way a road curved, in the outline of an old fence post, in the slight dip in the earth where something once stood. Time didn't erase here. It folded. Somewhere down the lane, a window shut with a soft clap. The sound traveled easily in the cool air, then vanished, leaving the stillness intact. He imagined a neighbor settling in for the night, pulling a quilt over their shoulders, perhaps setting down a book half read. Everyone, in their own way, was finding their place in the slow drifts toward rest. Thomas's eyes wandered to the bookshelf again, drawn to a small faded volume near the middle. He reached for it, feeling the soft give of the worn spine. The book smelled faintly of cedar and dust. Inside, the pages carried pressed flowers, small brittle petals that flaked slightly at the edges. He had forgotten they were there. They must have been placed long ago when he or someone else had thought to save them. A sprig of lavender, a yellow daisy, a few leaves the size of coins. He traced them with a fingertip, careful not to disturb their shape. Each one was a small act of keeping, proof that moments could be held on to, not by stopping time, but by carrying something of it forward. Closing the book, he felt the weight of the day settling in, not a heaviness, but the gentle sense of having arrived at the right kind of quiet. He thought of his father, who used to say that the day didn't end when the sun went down, but when you could sit and feel the good of it in your bones. Outside, the moon had climbed higher, laying silver light across the porch rail. Shadows stretched long and soft over the grass. He could almost hear the slow breathing of the earth, as if the fields and trees themselves had found a rhythm of rest. He sat back, letting the chair's familiar creak meet the stillness. His eyes closed without intention, not in sleep but in ease. Images passed through, sunlit mornings by the river, the sound of rain on the old barn roof, the warmth of bread just out of the oven. They came unbidden, each one carrying the kind of comfort that could last through the night. For a while, he simply let himself drift in that space between waking and sleep, where thought and memory mingled without urgency. There was no need to hold them. They stayed as long as they wished and left without ache. When he opened his eyes again, the light had shifted once more. It glowed softer now, touched with the cool blue that comes just before midnight. He felt no rush to move. This, too, was part of the night, the slow acceptance that nothing needed to be done except to remain. The river's voice, the whisper of leaves, the faint scent of old cedar from the book, they wrapped around him like the blanket on his knees. And in that layering of quiet things, he felt the deep, steady truth that he belonged here, in this moment, as wholly as he ever had. The clock on the mantel ticked with the kind of patience only old clocks know, steady, deliberate, and untroubled by the need to mark the moments quickly. Thomas listened to it as he might listen to a friend speak, each sound carrying its own small assurance. The fire had burned low now, leaving only a few embers that glowed like distant lanterns. Their light touched the undersides of the kettle, painting it with a copper warmth. He thought about how the night here didn't arrive all at once, but drifted in quietly, as though reluctant to disturb anyone. Even the wind seemed to have stepped lightly, as if mindful of its own noise. The leaves on the old maple barely moved, yet their stillness felt alive, like the pause before a long, restful sigh. From somewhere down the lane came the faint crunch of gravel, maybe a late walker heading home, or perhaps the postman taking a shortcut back. In Riverbend, footsteps after dark were not cause for worry, but for a kind of gentle curiosity. Whoever it was, Thomas imagined they would be greeted by the scent of wood smoke and the promise of a porch light waiting for them. He shifted slightly in his chair, feeling the worn armrests beneath his hands. They had been polished not by varnish, but by years of touch, palms resting there in thought, fingers drumming lightly while a kettle came to boil. hands gripping just before standing up to answer a knock at the door. This was the kind of history you didn't need to read. You could feel it. On the side table, the old book with its pressed flowers still sat where he'd left it. He turned it over in his hands again, not to read but simply to feel its presence. There was something about the weight of it, the way it seemed to hold more than pages, as if it carried entire seasons between its covers. He remembered the day the lavender inside had been picked, late summer heat shimmering over the fields. It had been given to him by someone whose voice he could no longer quite recall, but whose kindness had been clear in the way they'd tied the stems with a thin piece of twine. He didn't keep the flowers to remember them as much as to remember the feeling. The kettle let out a soft sigh as the last of its heat faded. Thomas poured the remaining water into his mug, not to drink, but to watch the steam curl upward in slow, dancing shapes. It caught the light for a moment before disappearing into the dark. So much of life, he thought, was like that. Small, beautiful things you couldn't hold on to, but which left the air warmer for having been there. Outside, the moon had risen high enough to silver the roof of the shed. Its light softened every edge, turning the fence posts into gentle silhouettes. The river shimmered faintly, as if some part of it had decided to hold onto the moon for a while. He let his eyes rest there, on that stretch of water, and thought about how it had been flowing long before he was here and would continue long after. There was comfort in that, knowing that certain things did not depend on him, that the world could keep moving gently on its own. In the distance, a dog barked once, then twice, before settling back into the quiet. Somewhere nearby, a screen door eased shut. These were the sounds he trusted, the everyday punctuation marks of a place at peace with itself. Thomas leaned back, feeling the night gather around him, not as something to push away or resist, but as something to be folded into. He thought about how every day, no matter how busy or heavy, should end like this, slowly, with room for the small things to be noticed. A moth tapped softly at the window, then drifted away. The fire's last ember winked out, and in the kind of silence that isn't empty but full, Thomas let his breathing fall into step with the steady rhythm of the river. Somewhere deep in him, he felt the truth of the old saying his father used to share. You don't put the day to bed, the day puts you to bed. And as the night wrapped itself more closely around Riverbend, Thomas allowed himself to believe it. The air along Main Street had cooled to that quiet, lingering softness that seemed to belong only to late summer evenings in Riverbend. The lamps in the shop windows were glowing now, their light spilling in warm puddles onto the sidewalks. You could almost imagine the air itself carrying a faint scent of baked bread from the corner bakery, mixed with the faint mineral tang of the river beyond the park. People were making their slow way home, some alone, others in pairs, boots and shoes brushing against the familiar stone of the pavement. A couple paused at the bench near the post office, sharing a laugh over something small enough to stay between them. Across the street, Mr. Campbell was locking up his hardware store, the ring of keys sounding gently as they clinked together. From the park came the chirp of crickets, steady and unhurried, as though they had been keeping their own time for centuries, unaffected by the world of people. Near the bandstand, the elm trees cast long shadows, and the last of the evening light caught in their leaves, making them look as though they held small pockets of gold. The narrator, or perhaps the quiet presence guiding this night, noticed how life in Riverbend did not rush toward anything, not even toward the end of the day. It lingered, allowing each moment to stretch, the way a cat might stretch before settling into sleep. The sound of the river was low and constant, like a voice too familiar to require attention, yet always there to be heard. Through an open window above the general store, the strains of an old fiddle floated down. It was a tune half forgotten by the young, but carried faithfully by the older hands in town. Hands that remembered when Saturday evenings meant dances in the barn and the smell of hay clinging to your clothes until morning. That music drifted lazily over the street, meeting the scent of river water in the spaces between. On the far side of town, beyond the railway tracks, a freight train moaned softly as it moved east. The sound was neither urgent nor mournful, just a reminder that the world stretched far beyond Riverbend, even if tonight no one felt the need to be anywhere else. The train's rumble faded into the distance, replaced once again by the easy murmur of the river. The porch lights were coming on now, one by one, as if in quiet agreement, a lamp here, another there, until the whole town was gently ringed in gold. Each light seemed to say, "You are home, you are safe." It was the kind of reassurance that wrapped around the bones, that required no proof and asked no questions. In the small lane behind the library, a tabby cat threaded its way between the fence posts, tail lifted like a banner. It paused at the back step of Mrs. Harper's kitchen, knowing a saucer of milk would appear soon. And it did, without a word, without ceremony, as though both cat and woman had kept this unspoken appointment for years. Somewhere in the quiet, a child's laughter bubbled up, a sudden, unplanned joy. It was followed by a shushing voice, but the sound had already risen into the air like a bell's chime. Even laughter here seemed softened by the place. Standing at the edge of the riverbank, the evening opened wide. The water caught the light of the moon, which was now rising, round and full, casting a pale glow that touched rooftops, treetops, and the worn path along the bank. A man stood there, hands in his pockets, gazing at the reflection as though he might find in it an answer to a question he had carried all his life. Or perhaps he wasn't looking for anything at all. Perhaps it was enough just to stand, to breathe, to be part of this night. The hour was moving, but there was no rush, only the soft fold of one moment into the next. In Riverbend, the day did not end so much as it simply became evening, and the evening became night, without resistance, without the suddenness that marks other places. And as the last shop closed and the street lamps glowed steady against the darkening sky, the heart of the town seemed to slow to the pace of the river itself, quiet, sure, unhurried. By the time the clock on the church tower reached 8:30, the last of the orange twilight had faded, leaving Riverbend wrapped in a soft blue darkness. The kind of darkness that wasn't heavy or enclosing, but open, almost tender, like the cool side of a quilt turned over in the night. The streets were mostly empty now. A few pairs of footsteps still moved slowly along the sidewalk, their pace unhurried, as though no one had anywhere they truly needed to be. There was a sense that time here, after the sun had gone, belonged not to hours and minutes, but to the steady rhythm of breath, to the slow swing of a gate in the wind, to the way a lamplight hums when the night settles in. Out near the old mill road, a man was walking home from the riverside. He carried no bag, no tools, just his hands in his pockets, his head tipped slightly as if listening to the faint chorus of crickets rising from the fields. The road here curved gently, edged by fences silvered in moonlight, their posts leaning slightly from years of frost and thaw. Beyond them, Rows of corn stood tall and dark, whispering to each other in the faint breeze. Every so often he passed a porch where the swing still moved, just enough to creak the chain. Maybe it had been left in motion by someone sitting there earlier in the evening, talking in a low voice, sipping tea that had long since cooled. He could almost imagine those conversations, the slow exchange of words about weather, the tomatoes in the garden, a letter from a cousin in Ohio, the kind of talk that filled the space without the need to arrive at anything. Somewhere far off, a dog barked once, then twice before giving up. The sound was absorbed into the stillness, like a stone dropped into deep water. The man walking home didn't hurry. In Riverbend, the walk itself was the point, not the arrival. When he reached the bend in the road where the sycamores grew, he paused. The largest of them had a hollow at its base, big enough for a child to crawl inside, a place he had hidden in once decades ago when his friends dared him to spend the afternoon there. He remembered the smell of the wood inside, the sound of the wind moving through the leaves above, and the way the sunlight filtered in, green and alive. He smiled at the memory, then moved on, passing the low meadow where fireflies had begun to rise. They floated above the grass in patient bursts of light, unhurried, as though they had all night to make themselves known. Watching them, he felt the strange truth of Riverbend, that nothing here demanded your attention, yet everything offered it if you chose to see. On the porch of the Whitmore house, 2 rocking chairs moved in gentle rhythm, their occupants talking so softly he could only catch the shape of their voices, not the words. A lamp glowed behind the lace curtain in their front room. Its light reached the walkway, making the garden path gleam faintly in the dark. The man turned down a narrower lane where the gravel crunched underfoot and the scent of honeysuckle drifted from a trellis beside the fence. He slowed without thinking, breathing in the sweetness, letting it stay with him for a moment before moving on. At the very end of the lane, just before the hill began, he stopped again. Not from weariness, but from habit. There was a view here that he had loved since boyhood. The whole of Riverbend spread out below, the rooftops and steeples bathed in moonlight, the ribbon of river winding toward the horizon. Tonight, that view was washed in silver, and somewhere in the far distance, the faint whistle of another train drifted on the wind. He stood there for a long while, hands still in his pockets, letting the night work its way into him. The world beyond this town would keep its pace, its noise, its urgency, but here, in this place, he could feel the edges soften, the day's small weights lifted, replaced by something quieter, something he couldn't name. When he finally continued, his boots found the familiar worn path up the hill. The sound of his steps matched the beating of his heart, steady, certain, unhurried. The long way home, he thought, had never felt so right. And as he reached the gate at the top, he looked back once more, just to see the moon lying gently over Riverbend, as if it, too, knew this was where the night would rest. By the time he reached the top of the hill, the air had cooled in that quiet, unmistakable way it always did at the end of a long summer day. It wasn't just the temperature, though the warmth of the afternoon had long since slipped away. It was something deeper. The sound of the crickets had shifted to their steady, unbroken rhythm. The trees no longer moved with the restless whispers of day, but with the slower, almost drowsy sway of night. Even the sky seemed softer, as though the darkness were a blanket laid carefully over the town. From the crest of the hill, he could see nearly every porch light in Riverbend. Some were bright, casting confident circles onto driveways and lawns. Others were faint, their bulbs softened by glass globes that had grown clouded over the years. A few flickered now and then, in no particular hurry to decide if they would shine or rest. The old man stood at his gate, leaning on it for a moment before unlatching it. He had never rushed this part of the evening. There was something about standing there, between the road and the home, that felt like pausing on the threshold of a prayer. You took a breath, you looked out over all you could see, and in that pause, the day's small burdens seemed to loosen their grip. Inside the yard, the grass was cool underfoot. It had been cut a few days ago and the scent still lingered faintly in the air, mixing with the sweetness of the lilac bush by the fence. In the distance, the steady murmur of the river reached his ears, softened by the miles in the dark. The house waited with the kind of stillness that only comes when it knows its people are near. Through the kitchen window, he could see the lamplight falling across the table. There was an old ceramic bowl there, filled with apples that had been picked that morning. The skin of each fruit shone faintly in the light, and he could almost taste the crisp bite of them. He stepped onto the porch, his boots thudding gently on the worn boards. The swing was there, just as it had always been, hanging on its rusted chains. He lowered himself into it, feeling the wood give slightly under his weight. It moved without protest, rocking back and forth in a slow rhythm that matched the pace of his thoughts. From here, he could hear the barn door creak in the wind, the low hum of a cicada hidden somewhere in the trees, and the occasional rustle of a small animal moving through the grass. He let his eyes drift toward the horizon, where the moon had risen high enough to lay its silver path across the river. It was a kind of light that didn't rush to fill the world. Instead, it waited, letting the darkness have its place, letting the shadows stretch where they needed to. And in that patient glow, the edges of things, the fence posts, the roof lines, the folds of the hills, seemed less sharp, more forgiving. He thought of the years he had watched this same moon rise over Riverbend. The seasons had come and gone, and so had many. Of the faces that once waved from porches or met him at the feed store. Yet the moon, and the way it touched the town, had stayed the same. It reminded him that while life was full of arrivals and departures, there were also things that held steady, offering a kind of quiet anchor in the turning of days. After a long while, he rose and went inside. The house welcomed him with the familiar creak of the floorboards, the faint scent of pine from the old cupboard, and the gentle tick of the clock in the front room. He lit a single lamp on the table, the flame catching in the glass chimney, casting its small but steady circle of light. He sat there for a while, the chair creaking under him, his hands resting loosely in his lap. There was no urgency to the moment, no list to finish, no tasks to cross off. Only the simple act of being here, alive in the place he had always called home, with the night folding itself gently around the house. Outside, the wind shifted, carrying with it the cool promise of another morning. The old man smiled, not because anything grand had happened, but because the day had ended the way he hoped it would. Quiet, unbroken, and whole. And as he rose to turn down the lamp, he glanced once more through the window. The porch light, the very last one in Riverbend still burning, glowed softly against the darks, not bright enough to chase the night away, but just enough to guide him home. As the last light fades beyond the hills, and the quiet of the night settles around us, I hope this story has been like a soft blanket, wrapping you in warmth, in safety, and in the gentle knowing that you are not alone. May the stillness you feel now stay with you, carrying you deeper into rest, where the weight of the day can finally loosen its hold. Good night, my friend. May your dreams be slow and kind, and may the morning find you renewed, as if the world has been holding its breath just for you to wake. If this story has brought you comfort tonight, I would love to hear from you in the comments, perhaps just a small word or thought before you drift away. Tell me, what story would you like me to tell next?